try that again. What's up, everybody? We're here with a very special stream today.
2 months before the funny number.
Yo, Frederick Strife with the tier 2. Almost at 6-7. Thank you very much. That's a long time. Thank you, Omega Mercenary with the raid earlier. JP Blazer with the 16 months. PBJ Kusanago with the 30 months as well. Insufficient HP with the 25. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, we are doing the thing. Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. Music comparison. I remember, and I'm inspired by, of course, Bloody Biscuits doing this like 7 years ago or whatever at this point. Mikey with the 57 months. Thank you. We are doing a dive, but I want to also include KH1, which is interesting because, like, I feel KH2 has a bigger rift between the original and the HD soundtrack, whereas KH1 is like, I always felt that the synths were more normal in the PS2, and the orchestrated version is also closer to it on, like, for two reasons. Like, one, KH1 is a lot more normal than KH2 synths, and two, the orchestra felt a lot more, like, restrained as well compared to KH2, where it feels like, despite KH2 synths being so crazy to compare with, it was also more over the top. Because MIDI, bro, you're killing me. Don't talk shit about no MIDI. MIDI owns. Do your own data.org guide someday. Yeah, maybe I'll do a swag guide. Everybody has a just beat the fights guide, but where's the swag strats? Anyways, we also have an extra third thing that we can fuck around with, that admittedly takes a bit of fandangling. It might take a hot minute, so it'll have to be restricted to a few, the toppest of the top shelf songs for this particular part of it. Check this shit out, right? I've been doing some shit the last couple days, learning how to fuck with things up in here with the MIDIs themselves, where I can just straight up, check this out. It's not perfect yet in terms of accuracy in the playback, but I now have control of the MIDI. Check this shit out. Isn't that so fucking sick to have the power of the sun in the palm of your hands? And by that I mean my little MIDI keyboard that I... Fucking cable is too short. Check this shit out, bro. Bros. I have a little keyboard. Yeah, the original sample sets. They're all in the, I got a rip. If you type in, like, there are all sorts of rips online. I forget. There's, like, the URL is hosted by some dude named Josh, and it's, like, in his directory, and it has a bunch of PS2 games, including 1 and 2 and Recom, but Recom uses a different file format that I don't know how to fuck with. But if you get the rips and then download VG trans, you can then, here I have it open right here actually, it lets you rip both the MIDI and the sound font for each individual song. And then from there, what I need to figure out more, and maybe FL Studios isn't the best program for this, there are some other ways of doing this, but from here, like, you load in the MIDI, you get a million tracks, and then the part that's a pain in the ass, at least in this program, from what I figured out, is hooking up a MIDI player that loads the sound font, but it doesn't retain the information from the MIDI, at least in my setup, of which channel uses which instrument in the sound bank. So, like, it defaults to 0, and hearing every single, all, like, 20-something fucking MIDI channels of this song playing in the fucking Kingdom Hearts 2 violins is painful. So you have to, like, individually select the right one, and in order to know which one's the right one, you gotta go in here, click on these, scroll to fucking this, or this, see which program number it is. There's gotta be a better way. I'm not sure if there is yet, but shoutouts to not only Frederick Strife for giving me some good advice on this, but also Cage Boomer on YouTube. You may have seen, they have some uploads of, like, Cabinet of Remembrance, but no percussion, and a bunch of other, like, modified tracks from, like, basically this method. There's probably a better way for me to do it. So if you guys want to see any particular songs displayed in this way, and I can, like, toggle on and off some of the stems, it'll have to be, like, a small handful, because it's kind of a pain in the ass to get this all hooked up. But I already have a few songs like this from when I was just testing this. I have 13th Reflection, 13th Dilemma. I think I did Deep Anxiety, but I did it in a way that I don't think that works ever since I, like, changed some stuff on here. 13th Dilemma, no piano. I could do that. Fucking, let me just... It's also cool because when you, like, select each individual channel, it goes straight to, like, the MIDI keyboard. If I press a button, I can do some bullshit. Isn't it so cool hearing that drum kit sample, like, in isolation?
My 13th struggles.
Your mouse is normal? That's like an FL Studios is hijacking my mouse. Otherwise, it would be my custom one. Yo, Mariku the Hikari with a 13 months. This program is about to be my 13th reason why. Yo, thank you very much. But it's also funny if you play this sample in, like, the wrong key. You could probably do some sick-ass sampling, though, if you, like... make some sick beats. What's this program called? This is FL Studio. Might not be the best for this particular process, but I'm learning to use it just for fun, so I figured I'd do it all in here.
There he is, my favorite white boy.
Yo, Dr. Hugbees with the 25 months, thank you. What else can I fuck around with before he gets the real music comparison? Oh yeah, this is a... what is the right... This is like that one part of the song where it's like... There it is. When it hits that part of the song, and it just goes... Beat off in FL? I already am. I've been beating off all day. Yo, Eternal with the 100 bits. I actually have some ideas on what I could do with just the MIDIs. I was thinking I would make some kind of mix or medley of all of the 13th themes for a video, where they all kind of, like, blend together. I love funny noises. What are you cooking? I'm cooking some meatballs up in here. Check this out. Discord stream my program. Nah, that's kind, but I know how to do it really quickly on the fly. It's just a pain in the ass, but I can do it, like, pretty fast. Do you know piano? I wish I did. Super Sushi with the 5 months. Thank you. RE1 basement theme sample. I know that theme. That song is funny. Apparently, the story behind the basement theme is they literally just, like, hooked in the wrong MIDI, which I've been doing all day with this. I've heard a bunch of these Kingdom Hearts songs with the wrong MIDI on, like, all the channels, and that's apparently what happened to that song. because like the composer that they brought in for the DualShock version was like deaf, but it turns out like decades later he wasn't deaf. I don't fucking know. Having the power of the, like, and this is one of the reasons I, like, going into this, I'll say I have an implicit bias for the MIDI versions of the music. It's very characteristic, and this fucking sound right here. The way that the violin, it's like that one note with that little, like, ring on, like, every song in Kingdom Hearts 2 that has the violin in it is just, like, very unique to Kingdom Hearts. Fake violin? Yes, 100%. Probably a recording of a real violin, it's just one sound that's just any fucking pitch you want. It's cool as hell. You MIDI hater? Agenda posting already, I see. Anyways. Yeah, hold this fake drum kit. What else do I have ready here? I did 13th Dilemma as well, and that's really cool to see on the piano roll. Does this work? It doesn't sound quite like 100% accurate because there's no reverb. And that's something I could do. I just, you know, getting that hooked up is not something I've wanted to do just on the fly for this. But here, let me get it so I'm not covering the piano roll because that's the coolest thing to see with some of these instruments. There's so many notes for what seems so simple in this. You see this? Why are there so many? This is also really fucking loud, I just realized. My bad. String's looking sharp. Yeah, it's looking A sharp specifically. Is that even a note? Wouldn't that be, like, imperceptible to the human fucking ear? Between notes? Oh, what do I know about music theory anyways? Which one of these is the piano? Oh, another thing I can do, because the way that I routed this, I routed each individual, like, MIDI channel to its own, like, node on the mixer, so I can more easily turn off, like, whole instruments, because there are multiple, like, of the same sound bank on this channel. Like, 2 of them are on track 13 or whatever. Let's see. How do I do that? I can barely see it. There we go. Symbol roll didn't quite work. That's actually, isn't that, like, it sounds better in-game, but doesn't it also kind of roll up like that, where it's like, like, rapid fire in-game if you listen really closely? It's more pronounced here, but, I mean, this is the MIDI data after all. Yeah, it does sound better when reverb is in there too. There was a different plugin that was like a sound font reader that I realized was actually built into this, that you could just load in an SF2 file. I don't know why I didn't see it when I had this set up on a different computer. And it has a button for turning on built-in reverb, but I didn't realize that it was like too much when I just turned it on for all of them, and then the whole thing was just drowned in reverb, like 20 tracks, so I didn't want to fuck with it again. There's probably a better way to apply reverb in FL Studio to everything, but I don't fucking know. Especially because I already have everything mapped to individual whatever's in the mixer, but yeah. You know what would have been a really funny bit? If a different way of starting this stream would be like, hey, yeah, guys, check out this beat I've been working on in FL Studios. This was just my first day out here doing FL Studios shit, you know? You know, like the stereotypical producer douchebag look. How long do you think the stream will be? Not super long, though. We'll see how long it takes to get through 1 and 2 OST, because I also have that booted up here. I got the most boring looking fucking foobar. I haven't used foobar in a long time. It used to be my main media player, and I had a more fancy one like 7 years ago. But yeah, here's foobar. I got Kingdom Hearts 1, and then 1.5, 2, 2.5, and then I forgot about the BBS and Recom tracks. There's like 2 each. I'll pop those in later. Yeah, didn't Bloody Biscuits have like a spreadsheet like going back and forth on like which ones he preferred? I kind of forgot about that part of it, but if you know how I feel about this topic already, you would know, like, implicitly I prefer the MIDI almost, even for like the worst examples. Even some fucking like He's a Pirate. I still think it's funny. I think funny can be better than good, if that makes sense. Yeah, Recom is just Lord of the Castle, and then BBS is like 3 things actually. Fate of the Unknown for the FMV. Or no, that's a Kingdom Hearts 2 track. Yeah, never mind. So technically 2. Nostalgia Chud, it's right. That's true. It's true. I wish I had like the Windows media player like
Funny
visualizer up in here.
Sometimes.
Super Lukumin with the 20 months, thank you. Funny is almost always good. Because like otherwise in terms of visualizers, all I have is like some bullshit like, oh wow, look at the peaks. You can't even... Doesn't appreciate any of the arts. I do actually. I appreciate Yoko Shimomura's unfiltered vision instead of the translated orchestra version. Think about that. GBA Com versus Recom? No, I don't actually. That's a little too far. Though there are some funny things to be gleamed out of GBA Com, like how they just kind of fucked up Riku's battle theme. Replica of Riku's battle theme. It's just like the notes are like wrong. But I do wish I had more of these ready to go, because I can make more on the fly. It just might take like 3 minutes per song, but I've done enough times I'll be able to speedrun it. So if you guys have any specific ones any specific songs, I'll definitely do the rest of the 13th theme so that we can look at them like this.
Thanks, pal. It
Yep.
would be cool if you could do the thing BB did where you put what one you prefer, and what chat prefers. Also KH2 PS2 Horn Doot makes these songs.
It's true. Oh, that's a violin. Where's the... Hold on, let me find the doot. Let me turn on all the tracks. Thank you, Zero GN, for the biddies. Which one of these is the horn? I want that on my keyboard. It's this one. You know what this means? For the future of this channel, I will have at all times a KH2 soundboard literally within arm's reach. For every stream. Isn't that so fucking cool? Where the fuck is that played? What is this instrument? Hold on, we gotta analyze this one. Oh, is it this? Oboe? Hmm. More like wobo. Now this sounds like a straight out of GBA comm, which is funny. Bassoon. Ooh, bassoon. Rowdy Rumble. Damn, you guys are making me want to just look at this for all the songs rather than compare the damn music in the first place. I'll definitely hook this in with a lot of the standout songs as we get to them in the comparison. It might take a second between each one to like literally hook it in, but I have the process, so it shouldn't take too long. Anyways, let's start with Cage 1. Let's get started with good old Dearly Beloved. You know, basic, the OG. Oh, this I definitely should get in FL Studios, so we can just like look at this. It's Dearly Beloved. I like how snappy this version of the song is. It's missing the ocean waves. I feel like, yeah, a lot of the soundtrack, I think the ocean waves that play when this song is playing on the menu is like, it's not part of the, I don't think it's part of the song. It's just like a sound effect that's on the menu. Like, if you were to mod the music out, it would still be there, I think. Wouldn't it? Does anybody have any experience with Foobar? Is there a download that you can get to have, like, the Windows Media Player visualizer hooked into this? Like, from Windows XP? Kind of want something more interesting to look at than just this. Visual on FL Studios. Would that play if I guess I can load the songs, like the raw songs, into FL Studios to get something like that, but there is what does this do when it's just sitting here? Oh, it's for like, this is if you had like, if you were like a gooner producer and you wanted like porn on your FL Studio. I don't know why that was the first example I thought of. But you know, otherwise it's just this, which is like, wow, I got Bonzi Buddy on my fucking thing. What does it look like when you play it? Like how it shows up in the mixer. It's just a fucking PNG. Get out of here. But yeah, we've already been sidetracked, but you know how Dearly Beloved works. Sounds. But here's the remix. I do really like this version of it. It is very different though. No pizzazz. Yeah, let me, while that's playing, just... It's interesting, they like took it down, they took down the BPM by a significant amount. Which is interesting. And the chorus is a lot more, like, present in the HD. Whereas in this, like, obviously it's like a MIDI, like a synth chorus in the background, but, like, the chorus almost steals the show. It feels like they made a new version. Whereas, I'm pretty sure Kingdom Hearts 2, we're just skipping ahead just for this one song here. Isn't it the same? Isn't Dear Beloved exactly the same in both versions just because the original was, like, already orchestrated? Question mark? Like, this is already orchestrated, right? Because when you boot up Kingdom Hearts 2 on your PS4 or whatever, you get... It's very different remix? I don't think that's true. It's very... the same, actually. Unless... it's like the same. So I always thought that was interesting that, like, I guess that's the reason why it's so dramatically different in 1.5 is they, you know, actually redid it, whereas it was already perfect in part 2. And of course we're skipping over the Utada, but you know. I always thought it was interesting how some of these songs in the PS2 versions, you can so clearly hear the synth just like repeating when you just hold the note. Yeah, it's a 9-part sequence song in the MIDI. That I did see when I was looking through it. I have the files right here, and yeah, when you look at it, it's just fucking a 9-part sequence. Because it's very dynamic as you go through the tutorial. Because this is 5 minutes. This has all the variations, right? Or all the progression. Skip around. Yeah, and that goes into this version too. Yeah, let me hear that transition part. This is like the shortest sequence of it, right? Get louder. I think I'm ready to hear the 1.5. Because something that's interesting, I actually do think that like a lot of the 1.5 is better, just because it's already so similar. Remember when in the tier list stream someone said that the face you make when listening scared them? Which one, this? Or am I like... I actually don't remember that, that's funny as hell. I wonder if in FL Studios I can mark for any reason, like that spreadsheet that Bloody Biscuits did. I wonder if you can right click and send it to a new playlist. This is the whole suite, isn't it? I do know about the Destati cursed story. Cursed song. The whole fucking building would explode every time I played. I think I gotta give it to 1.5 on this, almost certainly. It feels extremely, like, this is loud. 1.5, I've always felt this way about the, you know, the whole 1.5 versus 2.5, the way that they approached the reorchestration, or the orchestration of it in the first place. Does anybody know the details about the orchestras that did both of these? Because wasn't there a difference between 1 and 2 when they did HDs? Let me slingshot back. Yeah, I gotta give it a 1.5 on this. I definitely hear what you mean, though, when you say that some of the deeper sounds are more present. But not in a very significant way. Maybe it's just a bit more distinct than like a bass. I want to hear those drums. Oh, that actually is really quiet, that particular part. It's very deep in the mix. But it's not like it's all that more present in the original. But yeah, let's go to the next. I think this is a huge example of MIDI having a advantage with the way that it's like perfectly in sync with the BPM of Sora running. It's like exactly the same. You don't get that clean lineup on 1.5. I also like the consistency of MIDI a lot of the times. Don't ban him. You just have an agenda. I do like that in 1.5 the bass line is like really there. In this instrument it sounds like it's like so perfectly for like a commercial for like a resort. Sounds more exotic. Yeah, exactly. It shit sounds like it's for like what's that one fucking like resort? You know the one. Fucking fancy water ad Fiji. What's that one like resort chain? Not Disney Cruise or Disney, not Disney related. It's just like that place with the big ass slide. Not Jet 2. Fucking, you guys are so brain rotted. TikTok. I don't know, dude. Wolf Lodge? No, not Great Wolf Lodge. Trump Resort. Fuck, this is gonna piss me off because it's like when I remember Epstein. No, is that? It's funny to call it that because it has a full as name. Caribbean Cruises. It's close, but it's not. Fucking hell, what is it? I'll play this in the background. Kalahari. No, I'm not talking like Great Wolf Lodge, Wisconsin Dells type shit. It's like in the fucking like. It's not Caribbean, but it's in the Caribbean. Does it make sense? They have the big ass slide, like the cartoonishly big slide. Fuck, this is gonna piss me off. God damn it. This is so non-important, but you know what I mean. Sounds like it would be in a commercial for them. At Croc, what are you talking about? It's in Atlanta? No. I said the Caribbean. You said Atlanta. Hold on, let me, resort with that really long slide. Don't give me the world record. Fuck. I just remember it was always in the commercial. I had this like stupidly long slide. Somebody in the fucking VOD comments will probably remember this. No, not the big metal slide that the cop got ejected out of. Not Six Flags. It's like in the, like, in like the islands in the fucking the buffer zone. You know, Sandals Resort. Maybe it is. Somebody said that earlier. Maybe it is. I'm starting to realize I don't know. It might be. The only reason I'm trying to remember this is because the whole bit was me thinking like, oh, that would be like a Sandals commercial. Swingers Resort. It's Coco K. Yeah, close enough. Something like that. 30-minute bit. This just sounds like it'd be in a commercial for it. It's good though. You know what you're also, this is also missing when you hear the HD is like the, is it even in the HD at all? No, it's completely like replaced, especially with the bass line. It's actually a very different song. That ding doo ding doo ding, you know. Like jingling keys beat. Sleigh bells? Hold on, I'm gonna rip that song right now. Let me like play with it on my keyboard real quick. As one does. Let's see. 13th Dilemma with the Destiny Island sound font. Hold on. Let's pick one note. Solo, please. This is a weird result. I don't recognize any of these notes in the song itself. I mean, maybe this isn't a good example. Hold on. That's why. there you go. There's one of them. Banjo-Kazooie. These are the samples for the song, just like completely isolated from their context.
Sham jammin'.
Oh, here it is. Yo, Chunny Simple with 57 months. Thank you. What? Oh, there it is. It's like so distinct. Yeah, there you go. There's that. All right, Bastion on the beach. Not something you hear often or much at all in this game. That's your first playthrough. Unless you're one of those freaks that gets like level 15 doing this. I know a lot of people that do that. Or I know of people that be doing that all the time. Yo, Redo with the 54 months, thank you. It's funny you say a Mario Luigi-esque song, because you know as well as I do, Yoko Shimomura did the music for that too. Should have had this playing in Recom. What, for the battle theme for the fucking Destiny Islands? You just told Don and Goofy to go fuck themselves, you get into a battle with Heartless and you hear this? I don't know about that. It's like F-Zero guitar in the background. It's a good flute solo. Guitar guy from 2 made it to 1.5. Bloody Biscuit's version of this, the original fucking comparison stream, there's so many, like, anytime I've gotten to this conversation, I see so many of the same, like, talking points, and memes that people established in that stream. Like, that's one of the most influential streams, I think, of, like, just Kingdom Hearts in general. Because so many people, like, they probably already were going to agree, but a lot of people seem to say the same things. Almost like verbatim with that stream. I remember that stream. I watched that shit. I don't really have much to say about these two songs. It's actually a pretty good, like, very faithful adaptation of it, because, you know, it's not as sharp with the funky bass. It's not as funky. I want that. This stream has become more of me shopping for synths and sound fonts than it is me comparing, almost. Because I can literally just grab that right now. How do I do this? Oh, there we go. Bustin.sf2. I'm just gonna, like, everything that I'm adding into this, I'll just put it on different channels. And then at the very end, Ooh, once we have enough synths just pulled from the game, we get to hear the 13th dilemma with random ass KH1 and KH2 synths that I picked because they're funny. That's what we'll get at the end of this process. Whoa, yeah, twang. KH1 violin, huh? Yo, there it is. Go down an octave. Might fly in my ear. A lot of these samples are really only meant to be played at like one specific like key or fucking one like key on the keyboard. So it's really funny trying to find what the hell it is until you land on the right one. This sounds like it could be anything. Probably the guitar in the background that got really like prominent in the HD. Old flute. Hey, yo, what the fuck? This is fun. Flute guy from the Game Awards, yo. He's really good. Best part of the Game Awards. Jet Set Radio? The hell could this be? Oh, just some drum. Oh, we covered this already. Okay, back to the music. Yeah, so Buzz on the Beach. Whatever. Mickey Mouse Club March. You already know. I always thought the drums were so deep and overpowering. And then and then the little flute or whatever the hell comes in and it's like so low. And the drums are just imposing as fuck. So overpowering. This is better, I can already say that much. Doesn't this get reused in 2.5 for the Disney Castle field theme? Like the same song, just outright? No, I think it's different, ever so slightly. Cause like they do the like it always annoyed me, that little like edit. It's a different piccolo. Yeah, okay. It is a different orchestration, but like the Mickey Mouse Club March. I bet if I typed this into YouTube right now and found the official version, it would almost sound exactly the same because this is probably like one of the most documented songs on the planet in terms of like making sure that they get it right. Right? Is a flautist, the piccolo in the second one almost sounds recorded live. I think the whole thing is recorded live in the orchestra. This is an orchestrated soundtrack, so all of it should be live. Mickey Mouse Club March from Mickey Mouse Club.
Who's the leader of the
That's not quite right. Okay, never mind. I guess I'm wrong about this. Is a flautist like somebody that likes flautists? Anyways, yeah, Mickey Mouse Club March, not much to say about that. Or, I guess in terms of preference, this would be worth comparing to the 2.5 version because they're so similar. I definitely prefer this than the 2.5 version because the 2.5 version has one of the many things I like almost universally dislike about the 2.5 soundtrack is all of these fucking like what's the word that I used when I'm crashing out about the Twilight Town themes? Fucking what do I call it? Does anybody know? Is anybody schizophrenic enough to remember? Like when they improv. Embellishments. Yeah, this has embellishments right at the tip top of the fucking solo. It's like this last note right here pisses me off. Like, make up your damn mind, okay? This is probably like heresy to people that actually understand orchestras and like know how like cool that is, but like make up your damn mind. Treasure memories. Absolute classic. You hear this? Don't you hear this exact version in 2.5 to this day? Isn't it baked into the FMVs? Yes. Well, there you go. Oh, you want to know? MIDI truthers are on top because that's the versions of the songs that they use in fucking Melody Memories. Because they didn't care enough to like wrangle the fucking like music license or whatever from the orchestras to put it in that doo-doo ass game. They don't even own their own fucking music for the HDs. Lol. Did they remake this song in 2.5? I don't think they did. They just pull it from part 1. Though I wonder, what would it have sounded like if they put it in... What does the new version of that sound like anyways? Okay, this is good. Now I'm trying to imagine, like, what would it be like if they had this version of this song in 2.5 like they probably should have for consistency. I'm glad that they don't. I'll say that. Even though this is very good. Piano is sharp. I wouldn't call it harsh. But I definitely... I feel like it's a lot more gentle. Yeah, I'm also particularly attached to this version of the song because of KH2. Like, even to this day, still using this when you're in the, some of my favorite cutscenes in that whole game. The KH1 flashbacks. Being, like, interludes between, like, all the Roxas days. Yeah, this feels smoother, though it is interesting actually stopping and listening to this, because I don't think I've ever, like, really thought about the difference. But it is very good. The piano, like, very, like, kind of sharply jumps above everything else when the notes are hit, which I guess is what pianos do, but, you know, I do like that this is a lot more blended. Strange whispers. Strange whispers. This is also same thing with KH2's opening, like the flashback cutscenes also use this too. Whoa. This just makes me think of the K-Street version of this song that plays for like 3 minutes straight. I gotta go back, that was a very sharp difference. This feels like it's 2 or 3 layers of low cello notes. This feels like it's 1. Or like 1.5, because I can definitely hear the other one in the background. But sometimes 2. Don't mind Clubbled, everyone. He's just here to make sure that we don't rehash the same exact discussions that we had in Bloody Biscuits chat when he did this like 5 years ago. He's a wild card. I'm a MIDI truther. Kyrie II. Doesn't the flute in like one of the versions of the song have like a delay on it where it's like double notes at some point? This part. Is it like, do they give it a delay in 1.5 is my question, because I don't really remember. Where does Treasure Memories playing KH1? I actually don't know. Oathkeeper cutscene? I don't know about that. Hold on. I always think about KH2 when I hear this song. That's why I'm so confused. But that's because you hear it like 4 times in that game within an hour. But anyways. 1.5 Kyrie 1. Oh, it was when they're in the cave. Okay. When you said that at first, I thought you meant the Oathkeeper cave. My earbud just like yoinked out for a second there. It's like they put in a keyboard to be the flute delay in this version. Yeah, this is definitely better in like almost all the instruments. I just like the OG version of the if you play this shit with a MIDI bottom and the new thing is clearing everything. Okay, but KH2 though, for your first time, it was important. Especially because that fuck-ass English translated 1FM didn't work. Or else it all would have been on PS2 for the, you know, correct soundstage. Goes to the damn, the delay. Isn't there a lullaby version? You mean like a reprise? Or like music box version? I think there is. It began with a letter. Also another one of my favorite cutscenes in perhaps the franchise, because it's just this with like shit on screen. Oh yeah, I know there's 3 versions of Kyrie. There's a 4th one, like KH2 or whatever. Correct me if I'm wrong, isn't this song unchanged? In 1.5? Does the song play anywhere else? I don't think so. Also, okay. Argument for MIDI truthers, the way that chorus sounds, like artificially even, the way that it goes up and down like that, I think is crisp and adds a lot to that sort of sound. I like that a lot. Yeah, it is different. I don't know why. I guess, you know what it is? I've played too much vanilla KH1 because of my fucking video. Let's see how they tackle the notes in the synth, or the chorus. Sounds like a Christmas ad. Okay, they pulled that off. Never mind. I retract my MIDI trutherism about that. They can do that in real life. I forgot how vocal cords work. I'm giving it to KH1 personally. Mostly because of the bells, and I still like the synth. I like this better than the Christmas bells. This is me personally. Were you getting Christmas, bro? Were you getting Christmas, bro? How do I use this perk? Oh, I need to make a... Hold on. Don't save. Where the hell's my damn... Oh, here we go. Right, so here's what we're gonna do, right? Christmas. Oh, if I open this, I'm gonna lose. Let me save this so I don't lose the fucked up like blended thing that we're trying to do with all these MIDIs I'm collecting. LOL. There we go. That way I don't lose that. Now let me open up a fresh MIDI. Too many damn folders. So specifically, also, while we're on this topic, you get to see how funny it is when you, at least in my case with FL Studio, when you put in the MIDI for these songs but don't do anything about the sound font and you get a generic interpretation. Check this out. My right ear. So I don't know how this works, and this is what annoys me the most, because it's doing a good interpretation, but like, why the fuck doesn't FL Studios let me, like, when I pop in an actual, like, VST for loading in the actual sound font, custom sound font that I'm going for from the PS2, it doesn't retain... Maybe it's not part of the MIDI that, like, actually keeps track of this, but I have to manually select for each of, like, the 25 fucking channels which sound bank it's using, even though in here I have that information when I look at the MIDI, because it's part of the damn thing, right? So I don't know, maybe it's an FL Studios thing, but I shouldn't have to do all that manually. But the reason why I opened up this is I need some damn sleigh bells to prove a point. Gail Bedecker type beat. That's the kind of shit you'd be listening to in his apartment. Tubular bells? This is the SMT4 shit. Hold on. What track am I turning into tubular bells? Christmas. Taco Bell. Church bells. Is church bells more like it than tubular bells? I just picked that because SMT4 will. But, church bell. Literally not Christmas, dude. It kind of is. You know what? Actually, in order to prove this point, why didn't I just go into YouTube and type in Christmas bells music? You're about to get blown out. That's too many bells. Skyrim. Why is this? There's a Skyrim. Why is this playlist I just found like the Skyrim Christmas mix? But that is the song I'm looking for. Is this stupid ass Carol of the Bells? Whatever. I like the OG because the bells are a bit more... less pagan. It's so with an S, Christmas. 2 S's. Ski so. Bruh, 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 bruh. Oh, this is playing. I'm gonna open up my shit again. Classic song, can't go wrong. It's very similar, isn't it? It's MIDI. It's the same fucking song. Isn't it? It's the same fucking song. They didn't remake this? It's the same song. Interesting. They must have forgotten. Maybe the original was already... No, it's different. The keys linger more. It's... You hear that? Maybe there's something different in the mix, but it's very similar. It's interesting. I actually didn't know about that. Well, I guess we're tied on this one. Both of the games are. Night of Fate. Time for some real shit. The thing I've always liked about this version, the very persistent bass line. Almost like earworm territory if you crank it really loud. Interesting using. Yeah. Yeah. But we can't say anything until we played the 1.5. Goes hard. This does mug, I have to say. It mugs. I've always felt that way. The bass isn't as bassy, but it is nasty. You know, it's got that ring. It's tough. One of the best songs in the franchise. Let me just tap the original real quick. There are some things that I like more about the OG, but like the bass line is a bit more clear and persistent, though it is again like nasty in the new. But yeah, you gotta give it up to the HD on that. It's crazy. Destiny's Force. I love this part of the song. It's like it's like in the left channel and it's persistent. I always have felt like even if the instrumentation is worse on some of these MIDIs, it's more catchy because it's like 100% laser consistent where the beats hit. That's an advantage of MIDI that is almost always universal, I think. And then the drums in the left channel, I like that. down the new. He doesn't have that persistence, that left channel, sort of tapping the whole time. In fact, I don't even think they try to adapt to that in this. It's all less catchy. Though obviously the instrumentation is better, but what are you gonna do? Yeah, I do think that in this case, it's really lacking that. It's more dynamic because it has that extra element to it. And it's the same with the like the drum kit. Kicks in on the left side too, only on the left side, I think is unique. Alright, so in the background there, I loaded this up in FL Studio. This is the generic MIDI. I haven't gotten that part of it. I forgot to turn it down. Trying to see this particular part of it. Yeah, here it is. This section, let me solo it and get the right sound on it. Bro. I don't think that's quite right. Oh, it's because I haven't fucking... What is the right noise on this? This is what's a pain in the ass about this process. There's probably a better way. Does FL Studio not let you set a default MIDI? Or default sound font? When you import the MIDI, you get a choice between Flex, like the generic one that you were just hearing, and then like a different one called MIDI out, which I think there's a process where you can, like, that's just like MIDI output that doesn't have any noises associated with it, and then you can hook that into like a multi-channel VST. But that part of it I haven't figured out, having one plugin handle the sound font, but then also each individual channel having its own sound bank mapped. I haven't figured that out yet. I was fucking with that before I went live, but I couldn't quite figure it out. So I figured I would just do this in a limited quantity for now. But is that what it is? Is this the right noise for this? Yeah, it's in the right channel in this, which is interesting. It's tough. Just tough. Where is this? It's a little cutscene theme. I won't spend too long on it. Is this my listening face? Somebody was mentioning that earlier. Do I always do that? I think I do. When music is passing the eyebrow test. Look, the stars are going out. You see what's scary? It's the edge of my eyebrow. That violin is so aggressive at the start, but it kind of fits the progression of the cutscenes better, I think. Yeah, whole planet goes out, and I think that like imposing like violin at the start is more fitting here in HD. And the warm bed of cello. Very simple song. I think my biggest thing about often preferring MIDI over the HD is I feel like in a lot of cases the HD can kind of mix things up a bit too much, and some of the original like balancing gets lost. But very simple one. You can't really get that wrong. Traverse Town. Time for the big one. This is gonna be an interesting one. Stream is out of YouTube. Did they get shot for music claims that shouldn't exist? So stupid. Is it actually? It looks fine. No, it's working. Whatever. Is that like a prediction? VOD is gonna be a minefield. It shouldn't. That's the most annoying fucking thing. I'll see what I can do about it, but it should be fine to upload at least. It's up? That's weird. Well, baited. It's because of the Traverse song? Yeah, a prediction. That's fair. Immediately, let's go. I don't like the bed of chorus. It's comfy, it's good, but it steals the scene. And that cello player is showing off. Just trying to... The cello player that is always craving attention. Type shit. You're doing the cello in the chorus, it feels like it's too much. Yeah, also, notice the symbol is also another like left channel sort of thing. Also just catchier, MIDI buff in this case. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, is there no... No, there definitely is a cello in this, but it's so much further in the background and also not craving attention. They really wanted to make the cello pop more, because it's there. It's like, why is it even there, though, when it's that low in the mix? So they added, like, embellishments and boosted it in the mix when they did the orchestra. But it's... The chorus is crazy, though. There was no chorus in the original. They just, like, put that in there and added a lot of it. What's the deal with that? Why did they do that? Yeah, original wins all day long. I'm gonna skip over the cutscene themes because those are just kind of there and short. Striding Dark Cloud. Like this part. That tiny little... Well, I don't know if you'd call it a flute or whatever. It's loud. That little... Are those the march notes? Is that what that is? Or do you mean the drums? This part's a little crazy on the MIDI, but it works. There is a part of this song though, and I don't think that this rip of the song has it as much as the game has it, but one thing that's always bothered me about the loop in this song. And I wonder if I could find it in the MIDI. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? It's in the right channel. You hear like a... It really sticks out like a sore thumb. Let me see if I can't quickly load it up in here. Because it is very, like, present in the mix. Let me at least play it in the background while I'm doing this. There's an alt version? What does that mean? I'll have to check that out. Yeah, alt version. I'll have to check that out too. That's interesting. Let me just run through, see how fast I can do it. The process that I have to go through in this current setup for the music. I had some weird issues with this sound font player, so I'm just using this, even though it's a bit less convenient to actually like do this part of it. Copy this path to make the rest of this quicker. Or better yet, actually, save a preset. Alright, so this is the process that I have to go through at this point in time. If anybody anywhere knows, at least through FL Studio specifically, I know there are better programs for this, but I want to do it with this because I'm just trying to learn one digital audio workstation. I'm not trying to get multiple to deal with. Please let me know, because as it stands, this is the way that I have to load everything up one by one, and it kind of sucks. There was something in a different program I was told about called, like, forget the name of it. It starts with a K, and it's like this big suite of a bunch of stuff, and it sucks to download because it's all like proprietary and has a bunch of built-in things you need an account. A bunch of shit that sucks. That supposedly will remember, at least in the case of like Kingdom Hearts songs, the sound banks for each of these. But really all I'm trying to do is find just one specific one. One channel here. I don't even think there's a way to do this in bulk with all channels. That would be really nice, but I don't think that there is. And I think there's also a method for like multi VST whatchamacallit? Multi-channel VST. I haven't figured that out though. It's like just as complicated in a different way. Why did that just become that? Oops. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I inserted, not replaced. Oh, let's see if I can do this. Okay. This is only one part of the process. Now listen to how this fucking sounds. Like everything in the mix is the same fucking note, right? And I have to then change the fucking sound font. I want to find though that one little like weird part that trails in like the middle, like before it loops again, because there's a very weird thing that happens on the right audio channel exclusively. And I want to see if it's more prominent. But it's such a pain in the ass to do this per song. Something that you hear more so in game. I don't know. This is so loud. I turned it down a bunch and still. Okay. Yeesh. I think it's like this note gets really weird. I want to just look at this one in particular. I'm not trying to do the rest of this. Okay, no, that is channel 8, 9, 10. And according to this, that uses 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Program 2. Does that sound right? It's kind of hard to tell in isolation if that's the correct instrument. I don't think it is though. This is the thing that's hard about this, is constantly going back and forth between this losing track of everything. Music class and bully. True. That can't be right though. And that is a D4. It's a sharp. And you can also hear like the MIDI has it correctly set to be in the right channel, just like this weird part of the song. You can't really hear it on this rip, but you can hear it a lot in-game on, like, PS2. There's, like, this in the right channel. And I think it's this. Not that sound, but this note. LSD emulator type beat. I have half a mind to do a lot of, like, fandangling and reverse engineering and, like, just otherwise fucking with the Kingdom Hearts music in this state. Because I have some ideas of shit I unironically want to do for, like, an actually good result. As well as maybe some shit, like, just for fun. But I know for a fact, I got this idea when I was fucking with this yesterday. I want to make, like, a medley of the organization themes in a way that they all kind of, like, connect to each other and, like, something cool like that. And maybe I'll stream that to get more out of it and get some, like, advice from people that actually know what they're doing with this. Because it's a lot of fun just fucking with this. If I counted correctly, it was supposed to be program 2 on this, but maybe I was off by 1. That one's 10, this one's 3. Let me just try those. All the organization themes have the same motif. One of my are you talking about my favorite one, which I think is I think you might be referring to because I remember playing Recom the first time after, like, playing a bit of translated KH2 FM, like, when I first got a gaming PC and I could emulate shit. It was the first time I was able to play Final Mix, like, a couple months before 2.5 came out. And hearing that sample drop during Lord of the Castle made me nut. Yo, Kirk High. Early Kirk High School with the 5 months, thank you. This isn't a good channel for this because I'm hearing it only in, like, one side because that's what the original song is pointing to. But let me just do a edited version of that. Kind of a pain in the ass. I was, like, going through and selecting. I'll like smoothen out the process of this if I do more of this in the future. But or could be playing D&D, but he hates me. What's up, David? I have shit that is going on later tonight, so I can't do a session. Is that sample from anywhere, or is that, like, did they make that for this soundtrack? Sick as hell. Anyways, back to the music comparison. We got sidetracked. We haven't even heard HD Dark Cloud. I think the flute is really good adaptation of it. Don't be shooting people. Thanks. Goofball. It's all more whimsical, which is, you know, it's a fucking Disney game after all, so I think it's better. I might prefer one or the other, like the MIDI, but I think objectively this is probably better for this song. Though there are some very JRPG-ish feeling sounds, like almost like I used to think that this song sounded like some Final Fantasy VII shit. I didn't know shit about FF7 or Final Fantasy in general when I first thought that when I was younger. But I like how old school this version of it sounds, but the orchestrated is definitely, like, more fitting. Ooh, are we fucking with Gummy ship themes? Of course we are. For the 13th reflection, it's derived from a preset in Stylus RMX called Tower Zero. Where can I... Hold on, I have to look into this. Oh. Do I have that? That sounds familiar. Stylus? I feel like I've seen that in fucking with this. Is it built in? Ooh, there's a link. Hold on, I'll pop that open once I look through this real quick. No, I think I googled that or saw Stylus when I was looking up like Y2K samples, like early 2000s sample kits. Oh, but that is a VL. I could get that in FL Studio, couldn't I? VST. Let me Google that real quick on here. See if I can just download that instantly. Look at him go. Look at him go. Bitch!
Bastard.
Is this something I can just download? See if this website gives me a Trojan. 10 gigabytes. Alright. Very suspicious red download button. Doesn't work, never mind. I'll get that one day, though, for my own usage. Have you played this Kane song yet? It's the Rude Sandstorm. I can't play that, bitch. Anyways, back to the Gummy themes. Let's not get too sidetracked. You know what, I'm gonna dock this window so it's not just gray screen. Yeah, I want to see this in the background while we're at it. That's better. Do it on the other side, actually. This is the thing that I universally like about MIDI. Like I was saying this earlier, about how how consistent and on beat it's guaranteed to be because it's all digital. And it really benefits in this song. And like it's like no wonder that they used this for one of the Ice Cream Beat songs. I swear the devs must have seen when they made BBS Final Mix and they added that to the list of like songs in that because it was an addition. They must have seen people shoot the gun of the Gummy ship to the beat of this. When it goes bruh, 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 bruh. It's like perfect. How does it sound in 1.5? I actually forget. There's a very good synth for that. I guess something I don't like though. A lot of the orchestra sounds very like. I guess it's stupid to mark this against the soundtrack, but like very whimsical, maybe excessively. I don't know. Yeah, it kind of makes that song sound like the rest of the soundtrack instead of like its own thing. Like this makes me want to crash into. This makes me want to crash into Walmart in my car. Yeah, I know excessively whimsical is a stupid thing to say about Kingdom Hearts, but like, This is already whimsical enough, I think. I don't know. I just think that it, like, really... all the instruments come together a lot better in the MIDI, and it just hits on, like, every measure. Like, this doesn't make me want to, like, crash into Walmart. It's good. It's interesting to compare. This is a cutscene theme. I don't know how much of the Disney World themes I want to go into, personally. I kind of want to just focus more on, like, the original stuff. What do you guys think? I guess I could go through them, but a bit quicker than I am these other ones, because we are still on disc 1 of KH1. But I'll speed run some of these. Speed round. I'll give it like 15 seconds of each, I think. That's 20 seconds. I just thought that the low violin in the background, that it's almost like too comforting. A lullaby type beat. But the bass on oboe? Trumpet? Whatever the fuck you would call that is very good. Yo, Elmo with the 55 months, thank you. It feels like the primary instrument in the OG is like the, God, I wish I knew fucking instrument terms for the music stream. What is that? The fucking... the clacker, you know? What do you call that? The doodad? It's almost like completely replaced by the woodwinds. Yeah, the marimba is like completely... that was like the primary instrument. Yeah, I'm getting like... this is like the reverse of me talking about like how I prefer the less whimsical. The OG is way more whimsical here because that's the primary fucking thing, but in this it's just more of like the orchestra, the strings, which, at the risk of rehashing the most common talking point in the Bloody Biscuit stream is way too much focus on the strings, but it's true. The marimba becomes a secondary, occasional support instrument here, and it's like... it used to be the whole point of the song, almost. I like how rounded out that synth is. They missed a note there. Can't keep up with the MIDI, huh? Wah, 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 wah. Bruh, bruh. They missed a note there. Can't keep up. I'm giving that to the OG. This is 15 seconds long, but why the hell not? You do hear this kind of persistently throughout the game, after all. Not really too worth comparing, I don't think. That bell. That cream dope. That top. All 9,000 taste buds. Warm it up. The bell is so quiet. Whatever it is. That shit's supposed to, like, slap my nuts. Yeah, I'm giving it up to the OG again. I always thought the drums in this were too repetitive. But it is good. It's about the same in this, though. That's the whole point. Yeah, the percussion is, like, way better, I think, in this, because it's not so... That's like a... Usually the thing I prefer about MIDI is the consistency of it, but the drums are a lot more dynamic. They're very static in this. For being, like, the primary thing that you hear in the background, like, the whole time. You do not hear that in-game, do you? The ding. I feel like I've never noticed that in-game, and I've heard this a lot. You don't really hear that in-game, do you? On PS2. I didn't really play let the OG play all that long, huh? There's a lot more going on in the OG for this one. There are a lot more that you can discern, at least. You see what I mean? There's that room. I'd say it's pretty tied, but I do prefer the OG on this one as well. Man, I'm not trying to hear some deep jungle. Let's get to more of the originals. Let's get to the real hitters. Kyrie II. Or Hand in Hand first. Squirming Evil, actually. That's a... yeah. The drums are pretty fucking crazy.
No escape. No escape. No escape. No escape.
This slams over the original, I gotta say. Also extremely similar too. I can be kind of an elitist when it comes to when the HD version drops a lot of the, either like the clarity or some like straight up instruments. But this kind of hits everything. This hits all the right notes and just better. It's very similar. Or accurate, I should say. Let me know if I'm like getting drowned out by the music, by the way. It's kind of hard to balance all the audio on this because everything's a different volume. You good? Cool. Oh, this is gonna be an interesting one. I really like the MIDI claps in this. Oh, there's a... big thing about this song that I don't quite know if it's like this in the HD. The way the piano goes up and down like that so fluently. Piano slash harp combo? It's hard to tell. Before I fuck with it in here, let me just tap into the new version. The claps are so... I like the bass a lot. But the claps are extremely... Okay, they hit the harp at least, though, where it goes up and down all the notes. They aren't just skipping over them because it's real. I always felt that the claps were like... It almost feels like its own like synth clap, but it's just way flatter and more generic. But the bass is sick as hell in this version. The claps really hurt it for me, though, I have to say. This part of it is way more pronounced. You can appreciate it more. They do hit all the right notes on it, but it's still like just in the background more than it should be. Right, so this is the generic sound font, just because I'm trying to find that one specific part before I put in the right noise. Oh, fucking God. This is the generic sound font that this program has. I'm just trying to use this to find it. Okay, that actually goes hard with it. Definitely this. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Enough of that for a second. You could do something really sick with that, with some generic bullshit. Hold on. Electric grand piano? What about a guitar? You could turn that into some bullshit. You could do a lot with that. Okay, this is another thing that I really want to do with some of this Kingdom Hearts music, is literally just like kind of steal some of these chords, or whatever the fuck they are, music theory. Literally take some of these beats in MIDI form, put my own like sound fonts on it, maybe make it slower or longer, mess with some of the notes. And then, Yeah, what if I like ripped some of the beats out of this and used it to make some like SMT shit? Sampling. This is like another step above sampling. This is like super sampling. Because what I'm thinking of, you know what that makes me think of right away is like, it makes me think of some like SMT 1 or 2, like final dungeon or like penultimate dungeon sort of beat, and like that continues on for like the whole song as like more shit gets added. And it keeps going, and some other bullshit starts happening. That's what that makes me think of. Whoa. You see what I'm talking about? I gotta get in on this shit. Bird? Hold on, I think we're going triple platinum with this one. So I thought Bird 2. Okay, Bird. Dude, you know what's worse about that moment just now is I really have to piss. I've had to piss badly for the past 5 minutes. And that jolt that I did really just shifted my bladder around quite a bit. I cranked that all the way up because Bird 1 was very, very quiet. Bird 2? Not so much. No, I haven't pissed myself, it just hurt. Probably go piss. No, not yet. No. Hey. Sitar? Psyx version? Mori Calope? Telephone. Thunder? Tink E Bell? New alarm clock just dropped, bros. Tubular bells, isn't this? That's what they use for Battle B2, but there's no way I'm gonna just be able to do that on the fly. I wish I could, though. That's only one category. Oh my god. Tron? Legacy? Daft Punk? Yo, they're calling him the next Daft Punk. Is it not staying at my playhead? Imagine that, but slower. I probably should stop fucking with this soon. Whoop! I'll just fuck around with a few more. Nasal charge? Was this like a SMT skill? White pluck? Was that like my high school nickname? Strange thong? Thinking of thong? Sponged up? Damn, I thought that'd be funnier for a name like that. There's a lot of potential here. I'm gonna have to fuck with this more on my own time, just like finding parts of Kingdom Hearts songs that I like, and I'm thinking to myself like, oh, what if I put some stupid ass, what if I replaced that sound font with something crazy and then ripped it for my own cooking? Anyways, I'll be right back. Let me put on some bullshit for y'all to listen to while I piss. I need to take a reasonable break. Did I make like a cue in this? Oh, I guess, aren't there also days songs? Because I know there's like a 358 over 2 days, like, not orchestrated, like an arranged version of the DS soundtrack, and then there's a 1.5. There's probably more to compare with that, too. Go, crank your hog to Lord of the Castle. I'll be right back. I got back just in time. Alright, let's go. Let's continue. Let's focus a bit more on the hitters now. I'm not trying to listen to whoa, Disney themes all day long. Kyrie II. Question in previous years, F13 worked on 4x3. It squishes the black bars. Yeah, I think somebody answered that then, but thank you for confirming that. It makes sense, considering HD. Lol. What is exactly different about Kyrie II versus Kyrie 1? Is it more piano? See you later, David. Have fun. It's very. I didn't realize how similar 1 and 2 were. And I'm talking within just the OG. I'm not talking about like to 1.5. Between each other, they're very similar. I do like how the chorus sounds in the HD for this. It reminds me of one of the biggest differences between PS2 and HD is Riku's theme, and this guitar, or reed or whatever, sounds a lot like what they use for that. It's very similar. It's kind of hard to compare. It really just comes down to personal preference. I mean, all of it does, but I think I like the MIDI more personally. I'm just biased, though. Oh yeah, world map. Why is it so low in the list? It's so active as a song, whatever that means. Now we're still on disc 1 of KH1. Might have to be a two-parter. This is another case where I feel that the, like, real flute... Is that a flute? It feels like the real flute. It's too unified of a sound with the rest of the game. I do like the way that they make those space sounds in the background sound, though, in this. This is a lot catchier because it's got the, you know? Whereas this sounds a lot cozier. I think I prefer catchier over cozier in this case, whatever that means. Gummy Ship 2. Pussy 2. I do think, though, that whenever at least for KH1, when the HD soundtrack whips out some synths, they're very good synths. But, again, with that flute, I want to keep calling it flute because I don't know my fucking instruments, but it feels like it kind of weakens the song in a way that I wish I could describe better. It's a flute? Yeah, okay. There's also this in the synth that I don't really like. Is there even a flute in the original? It feels like they're just kind of putting a flute left and right in this, and it always sounds the same. Flute slop? No? Yeah, exactly. It's like they're just putting that shit in there when they can't think of a real life instrument to replace whatever the hell. Yeah, they're just like replacing one instrument with another. Maybe because the real world version of the instrument sounds worse, or like wouldn't work, or is too tricky. I don't know. Yo, time for a big hitter, the deep end. Now this version of the song always makes me think of that fuck-ass KH3 Rock Titan trailer, to this day, which annoys me. Either that, or the hours trying to figure out how to beat Kurt Ziza blind back in like 2014, when I was playing this first time properly. I like that part of that MIDI flute. The instruments are definitely much stronger, obviously, because they're orchestrated. Oh, I might have to give it up. I think it does mog, for the most part. It definitely does. Yeah, it mogs. I'm noticing a pattern too in what I prefer out of the OG and what I prefer out of the HD. I prefer the lighter-hearted, more whimsical songs of the original, but in HD, it feels like they always turn it into flute slop. Using that term because it's like the most succinct way to get my point across on how I feel about some of the changes in the instrumentation, especially like the world map in particular. The songs that are tough, 2 Fs, always seem to be better in the HD. Kyrie III. That was this one. Whoa. I almost feel like it's gonna be the same in the HD. Fire. Oh no, it's definitely gonna be different. Yeah, this is the music box version. Alright, in HD. Oh, yeah. It almost sounds Chinese. By comparison. Like, Chinese instrument version of this instrument, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. I guess you don't know what I mean. I forgot how different this one sounded. I like the music box MIDI better, but the rest of the song in HD hits better. It feels like there's a secondary instrument getting in the way of like the actual like music box sound, whereas this is a lot more pure. It's like, yeah, this is just one instrument. This has like two. And one of them is too high-pitched for me. Serious shit. Serious shish. The key shift. Yeah, this is such a good song. It really... having that key shift in the last stretch of Gummies when you're getting to the real shit is really cool about this game. This sucks. It's so whimsical. It's whimsical. It's too whimsical off the very first fucking note. What does it sound like in the OG again? It's definitely there too, but the strong ass drums kind of take more of your attention, at least mine. But it's this fucking flute. The fucking flute that I hate. The fucking flute that I hate. And the fact that it's not like what? Okay, what do you call when the notes in your song like are two different notes? Or like it goes up when you go as one note. That what do you call that? Slur? Actually? Is that the definition of slur? Slur definition, music. That was in my... A slur is a curved line connecting two or more notes of different pitches. Oh, so the people that did the orchestra are bigots, huh? Slur lovers. The term you're referencing to? I like to call it a slur because I don't like this... the use of it here. I do like the violin in the background, though. The very stiff, serious shit. As opposed to the slurring flute player. Flute player's a bigot. This part is good though. Though I still think, even at this juncture in the song, it's way more imposing. It doesn't have those whimsical slurring flute. I'm just gonna call it slurring. I know it's not right, but I call anecdotes allegories anyway, so. Hello, Bastion. Real shit o'clock. Check your watch. I'm pulling up that organ right now. This is one of the songs that benefits the most, I think, from the catchy consistency that MIDI guarantees. The way that every note of the organ hits with the same, like, velocity and same sound every time, lining up with the rest of the instruments in this, where it's all going to that beat, is very important to me in this song. Now, how about it? This is good for different reasons, I think. And they do a decent job with this version of the organ, but it's so drowned out. It's so drowned out. I do like the flute in this song though, because it's a lower key, so it's not so randomly whimsical. It has more of like that particular note in this song always made me feel like it's like this somber adventurer tone, which is perfect for this world. It even has a slur in there, of course. But like, you go the whole game hearing, like in 1.5 at least, hearing that flute slurring all day long in a very whimsical way, but then you get here and it's like an octave down, and it's like, ooh, even the flute guy is unsure about this. It has an uncertain tone, which I think is perfect here. So I do like the 1.5 of this for different reasons, but I have to give it up to just the volume, the organ being such a primary note, a primary instrument in this. People that know music theory and music terminology are gonna be so fucking pissed watching this, because I'm over here calling everything wrong. But you know what I mean. OG has the flute too. Well, it's a very different flute, and it's less embellished too. It stays in its lane. No slurs, right? You know? It's like they're speaking in cursive all of a sudden. And it's alright. It's not, you know, there's no reason why that's just like bad across the board or anything. It's just, in this case, compared to the original where it's just a straight note every time, I do like that quite a bit. Now, I want to get my hands on that organ. So let me do that while I play this. Also, I do think that some songs suffer from this. This one benefits from it. the way that the chorus has really become like a backbone of the song is really good in this. This is a very atmospheric version of it, very spacey, very airy, some bullshit. And it's like this is almost like a very new take on the song, just by having a different balance in it that I think is good in different ways, right? Especially like you hear it right off the start too, like the, you know. But I have to give it up to the way every instrument in this song hits like clockwork. And that's like what like all the MIDI songs do, but this one in particular really plays into it, I feel. And that organ makes you feel like you're walking into your funeral, because you are. Marching into your funeral, full speed. It's hasted. Very funeral sounding. Where is this damn song? There it is. Doing this on my extra monitor, that's why it doesn't look like I'm doing anything. This is gonna sound crazy at first, but I'll remember to actually lower the volume of it this time. Burp, burp. It's these two. There it is. Recoded version? There is a recoded version. It's two notes. That's why it looks like that. Now let me get the sound font. Let me... Hold on. I have to try one of these at least. Just pretend that's same volume in both your ears. Car crash. That's just every song. That's just every soundtrack on the Super Famicom. It's just a sine wave. Bird 2. That kind of goes hard, actually. That's like almost exactly what it's supposed to be. Fantasia 2. Explosion, Kingdom Hearts 2. Goblin. Silent Hill 2. Heartbeat. I hear the organs. Those are some dog shit organs. Let me get the real shit up in here. Right. Now I'm gonna try the other one for this. I don't think this needs reverb, but this one more readily can do reverb. Built-in reverb, supposedly. Alright. So what note am I looking for on here? How can I tell? What note am I hitting? Oh, I did this wrong. That's why it's not showing. There we go. I did insert instead of replace. I'm looking for two notes. Two sharps? No, it's a sharp and... There we go. I think? Yeah, it's these two. There we go. It's hard to do as a real person. Anyways. Does this sound about right? It's probably not without like the proper reverb. I don't know if it's the sound I put on basic or whatever the hell this will do with it. It's closer. Ow. Is that right? It always sounds different too when you isolate it, like very different. It all comes together like a pizza. Let me get one or two more important Hollow Bastion notes in here. Or the most important note of all. And by note, I mean instrument. Pissing off music theory heads. All day long. Recoded. Is that the right? Is that what it is on that track? It's like one of many notes, but so many notes, so many instruments go by that same melody. It's hard to tell which one is which up in here. Cause like, find this, whatever the hell this is. You ever wanted to hear that? Is this a harp? If you ever wanted to hear that harp in isolation, here's your chance. Also, here's how you do it too, if you've been following along. Oops. Oops. What did I do? There we go. How does that sound with the other instruments? Because it seems like so many of them are just the same pattern. Chain of Memories version. Chain of Memories has so much of this sound. Like there's so much more random brass. Or whatever. Oh, that's what it's supposed to. That's correct. It all just clicked. That's what's supposed to be on this track, I think. Isn't that so fucking cool? The way it all just comes together. I'm thinking this is going to be a 2-part stream, because if I really want to dig into KH2 with the depth that I want to, I'm going to have a lot more. I'm going to, like, between now and the next stream, I'm going to want a lot more KH2 songs, all the hitters, the 13th or whatever, already loaded up in this, ready to go. So we're just going to focus on KH1 for tonight, because I'm not done yet, but I will be soon, because I got some shit going on tonight and this weekend. But we're going to give KH2 the proper time it deserves and having all this shit prepped and ready to go. So this is part 1. Because this shit is just so sick to stop and fuck with in the process. Doing this, I've been doing a little bit of this off stream, and especially what I'm doing on stream is giving me like a huge newfound appreciation for the fucking... just looking at the piano rolls of this shit. This is a top shelf soundtrack. Does SMT use MIDI? Oh, I'll go off a specific... Nocturn and Digital Devil Saga, they do. I want to say it's a lot more heavily sequenced and sampled, as opposed to, like, having like the piano do the whole thing here. But I guess I can pull some specific shit that I have lying around on my hard drive in the SMT department. Because I actually have a few of them. A few of the samples. And this is also making me think, I want to be able to do this for SMT, and I want to see if I can, if there are rips in like the same format where I could pop some SMT shit on here too. Yeah, I don't know. Atlas was very egregious about trying to shrink the file size, and like the fact that the compromise for the file size hit the music as hard as it did, it feels extremely egregious, and I feel like they did not need to go that hard, because that game is not very close to the like the file size limit, like at all. There's still a lot of headway. There's still a lot of overhead that you could have just fit in higher quality samples for the music, or at least the songs that are on the soundtrack, at least, like the important ones, the ones you hear, the battle theme, the normal battle that you hear like 80% of the game for 80 hours. They could have at least had that be high quality. Now let me, before we get back to it, let me just find what I'm talking about here. One of these Nocturne samples. Yeah, here we go. I like how whoever ripped this named this Dance Club 01, even though this is just Kagatsui's theme. So it's interesting when you, like, yeah, sure, it is like MIDI, but a lot of people use the term MIDI wrong. MIDI can mean a lot of different things, like ranging from having the music laid out this detailed in the case of Kingdom Hearts, you know, versus this is, like, using the same method, if I were to pull this out of the sound bank for this song in Nocturne and I held a key while this was selected, it would just play this. I could just hold it for 41 seconds long, because it's a 41 second long sample. What if it was all a dream? No vocals? There's a bunch of instances too on it too. It's also why in Nocturne, both fucking OG and HD, because they didn't do shit, which is hilarious. when you start a battle like right away, it has that weird, like you can tell that it's skipping over a part in the song to get to the battle part of it sooner, as opposed to if you just like sat there. Because it's just like a badly dynamically sequenced, low quality. They kind of fucked up the music on Nocturne. They did not need to be this crunched. And then they didn't remaster it for the HD, which is hilarious. Somebody did this for some stuff in DDS and sent me like a small selection of and I actually have them in this folder. A small selection of the interesting stuff, but I want to like see if I can hit them up and say like, hey, yeah, how the fuck do I do that? Because I want to get like Nocturne and DDS stuff in this sort of a workflow too. Okay, I'm realizing now this is mostly a Kingdom Hearts stream, but if you don't know what the hell this is, these are the lyrics. These are the lyrics in Nocturne's music. And when you first hear them for like the first 100 fucking hours or whatever of hearing this game's music, you don't know that it's vocals. It's real vocals. With sometimes discernible lyrics. But it's also like, it's somebody's voice mixed in with the Albert voice in Mac. It is a TTS. It is exactly a TTS, and Serial Experiments Lane does the same thing with the same voice, I believe. Mac OS TTS voices.
We cannot communicate voice. Time in my throat.
There he is, Albert. His name is Albert.
I have a frog in my throat. No, I mean a real frog.
Hello, my name is...
Yep. Yeah, it's Albert.
I have a frog in my throat. No, I mean a real frog.
And I believe it's the same voice for,
So you called up the search results, is that right?
why is this just a oh, this is the clip of,
What exactly was it that you found?
The child killer scientist.
I don't remember why I made that, but it's still funny.
What's beginning to take place in our society without you ever being even
They use the
vaguely
same voice
conscious
for
of it.
this.
Society Layer 07.
Also the Albert voice. Yeah, and the Soul Hackers intro as well. Yeah, and like every Suda 51 game. There might be a lot of unused riffs. I don't know if all these are actually in the game. This one is in the Reason theme. The soundtrack is actually that crunched. Yeah, have you not seen Nocturne? Let me pull up, I think I only have the good quality versions. Is this the low quality? No. It's like an attempted mix. I just have to pull up the fucking... No, that's a good quality. Game quality Town? Town is actually good quality though, isn't it? Nope. This is exactly how it sounds. In-game. And in HD as well. It doesn't feel so bad when you're playing it on a CRT just because, like, that doesn't necessarily mean it has to have bad music, but, like, a bit more appropriate. But, like, yeah, it's like that on HD. There's a mod for it, and annoyingly, Atlas made an official Redux version with all solos. Never patched it into the game, but like a year or two later, they fucking did a 2023 Redux, 8 minutes of all the solos with some new shit too. They gotta do a remake of the remaster. Give it the Rido HD treatment. Oh, that should be free for people that already own this trash. Somebody said, you have the cool guitar part from the normal battle theme. Which one? There's a lot. This is called Reincarnation Guitar? What do you mean reincarnation? Oh, from the ending theme. I'm assuming you mean... Large map. Music that raises your testosterone levels. Yeah, these are not super pleasant to listen to in isolation. Where are my DDS ones, though? There's some really funny ones that I was sent. I have a big-ass project folder that I've just added to over the years that I put all this shit in. Should be in the Nocturne folder, though. I think. I also have a KH sound effects folder, too, which is very extensive. I should probably upload it somewhere. It's very helpful. Hold on. I'll get back to the KH in a minute here, but this is important. Where's my DDS folder? Did I not download this and or put it in this folder? I'd be insane to do that. Oh, 3, who gaff. Oh. Sheesh. There's no way. DDS extended? No, that's just the songs extended. I guess I don't have these. And somewhere where I know where they are. Damn. Really? Oh well. I'll look for it in between now and next part of this. You know what I do have, though? That I made myself. Wrong folder. There it is. You already know. You already fucking know. That's that shit. Anyways. Back to real shit o'clock. Almost done with page 1 and the stream. Neo 3. Is that game good? I was thinking about it. K2 instruments on this song. I want to try that and like vice versa. I also want to try if I can find some sound font stuff from Nocturn and DDS. If you know how to rip those, or if those already exist, please hit me up because I want to play with those sound fonts and MIDIs. Yeah, of course, very solid theme. What about the fucking HD though? I actually kind of forget how it goes. Ooh. Yeah. I think it does Mog. That violin is extremely tight. And the flute actually fits doing all that slurring and shit. Does it loop properly in game? I don't think I've ever noticed that. You gotta be in a fucked up battle if you end up hearing this loop. Yeah, violin hits so right in this version. It's really kind of an inverse thing. I feel like a lot of like songs in the HD, I feel that like the original has all the notes being a lot more distinct and the HD can sound more flat. This is like the reverse because the original just sounds very flat for this one song. Still good, of course, but like I do like the piano in the original maybe more, maybe. Like the piano notes, maybe this is just symptomatic of a real piano versus a MIDI, but it feels like the note is like, instead of like sustaining the sound for as long, it's like a sharp start and then it drops off. I do like the piano more in the original, but it's like the only thing. Everything else in 1.5 Mogs. The site where you got the KH MIDIs has SMT stuff. Oh shit. Hell yeah, I'm definitely gonna get those. Alright, time for another big one. Real shit o'clock. I do like how the whatever instrument that is goes up. Like the synthetic sound of that. And the piano on the way back down. The drums are repetitive though. It's the same thing that I was talking about in that one song from a while ago. Deep End. Let me give you a little narrative experience of something I went through when I was recording the KH1 video, and I one night learned about the English exclusive version of this fight in the loop that you do on him. It's like the hardest version. This part of the song, I had a save state where I got his flinch count just right, and I save stated so it wouldn't be a pain in the ass to try over again. And I heard this part. Hold on, I gotta get this just right. I must have heard that for like an hour. Just like constantly like load stating. Like I got to a point with it where I had the load state button on my controller because I was like blowing through attempts so fast, right? And I wonder, I might still have that recording somewhere too. I think it might be on an external hard drive or some bullshit. But it ended up being like a 3.5-hour process of just grinding out that one fight to see if I could just get the right footage of it, and I heard that part of it so much, and I'll never forget, because it's burned in my brain. I think that was the full loop. Let's dip into 1.5. The cello, the low notes on the cello is so good in this. It doesn't hit the it doesn't hit that as clearly, like the piano, and then like how could they? How could a real person with like hands manage that? So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt on that, but like everything else, the percussion and the deep cello is crazy. Yo, Boyo with the 49 months. Forced that mail. Thank you very much. Here's another upside to this version for me personally. The part with the save state I was talking about is not as like ring in my brain. So yeah, it's definitely got to be the 1.5 for this one, obviously. There's just one thing in particular I was just talking about that sticks out in the OG for me. It's the way that the piano can just do that crazy shit. In the background too. Where the hell is it anyways? Yeah, this whole deal with the piano. It comes through a lot more clearly, and the notes are hit perfectly because it's a MIDI. There are, and this is making me realize it really is back and forth with the soundtrack, and I think KH2's HD suffers from this more because the 2.5 soundtrack goes so much further with songs that like really only like a MIDI could hit with the clarity that they were going for when they hooked it up. I'll boot up my I have a 13th reflection and a deep, I think I also have deep anxiety already like set up on here. I'll hook those up at the end here to kind of make that point, give you guys a little a teaser for when I do the part 2 of this with KH2 music and the rest of the 2.5 and 1.5 stuff, like the 1 or 2 songs each that they have. But yeah, 1.5 mogs this song. End of the world. want to assume that for both of these songs, I'm going to be rooting for the vanilla, the PS2 version here. But I'm not sure. Also, the synths for these vocals. This is actually the first song that I did in FL Studio. I forgot that I did that first. It's really neat when you have that on your keyboard, because you can do some weird shit with it. You also get to hear it way more clearly. I'll pull that up in a second, after the 1.5 right here. It's kind of hard to argue for the PS2 version when you have the real opera, the Gregorian chanting, as it were. And piano, too. Though there is something I do like about, like, even if it's objectively worse to have, like, a MIDI synth version of it, I do like the alien sound. You could say the same thing for the real instruments, true. For me, it just depends on how accurate it is, and or if there are a bunch of embellishments that I don't like, that a real flute player is going to do. Oh, this is playing. Let me see if I can. Let me see if this works. I did this on a different computer originally. Because this is the first song I got working in FL Studio. Where the hell do project files go anyway? Oh, documents. There it is. I don't know if I ended up actually putting it in here. Maybe it's in an autosave. Look. Oh. Yeah, there it is. Let me just hear this one more time before I see if this works. I do like that's a bit of a lower note. I think they're tied. They both have their strengths. It's hard to say. Maybe it's also just nostalgia. Does this work? I think it's all here. I just need to link it to the correct thing. Yeah, it's... This was on a different computer that it was there, but I think if I put it there, it'll work. On this computer. Yeah, I think that's it. I just need to put it in this folder that it thinks it's in. Anybody fucking hate OneDrive? Because when you have like modern Windows installed, unless you go out of your way to deal with it, all of your documents are in a OneDrive folder and it fucks up so many programs. Instead of being in the actual root folder it's supposed to be in, it's just secretly in a OneDrive bullshit folder that sucks. And even when you unlink it after the fact, you still have like half your documents and everything in like one fucking OneDrive folder, and then everything in the actual folder where it's supposed to be on your fucking computer. Downloaded OneDrive That's some Lakari shit. That's what he had a link to in his fucking notepad when he got banned. Insane. Where is my, speaking of which, where's my stupid ass OneDrive folder that I don't use? Other than trying to get this linked. Let me see. Oh, I'm in the wrong folder, that's why. I also hate how Windows, when you're in the folder for like your desktop or like the folder itself in Explorer, or just like the user folder that has downloads desktop, you like are locked in and you can't press like the up button to go up one folder structure. You have to go all the way to C drive users, click on all this shit instead of just being allowed to just go up. It's like you're locked out of it because they're afraid of like boomers getting lost in Windows, so we all have to suffer. Is there a way to turn that off? Whatever. Anyways, here it is. There we go, okay. Oh, let me just reopen this. I think I need to do that so it, yeah, points in the right direction. There we go. The U problem? Whatever. I think one of those synths wasn't right because they didn't do the SRT. So this is interesting when you have control over these sequences. Weird, there's no noise. Maybe it's not. Oh, I see the problem with that one. Bro, what fucking folder structure is this? A network folder to the computer that I am currently on? There we go. One of these is the desktop button. Do this. There's the Destati button. These four notes, like C3 and above, are all of the vocal samples, at least in this one. But then it gets really weird when you press like all the other notes because they're like disgusting. But you also get to hold it too, which you hear a lot in the actual songs if you listen closely, I think. That one you can't hold though, I guess. The fucking distorty that I hate. The fucking distorty that I hate. Alright, next song. We're almost done for tonight. Fragments of Sorrow. always thought it was interesting how sharp and simple that note is, that instrument. Do I have that on here? That oboe? That's an oboe? Whoa. I'm gonna get flashbangs with a new version because I kind of don't remember. Oh yeah. It set such a harsh stage in a good way. I do kind of like that the original version is a bit more like neutral vibes, and there's that fucking flute. Though it makes sense in here. I do like I've been talking shit about that flute like all night, but as I hear it progress throughout the whole soundtrack and how they use it differently in Hollow Bastion and then in here, I'm kind of like, oh, okay, it's neat hearing that same motif in different ways. It's not something that sticks out like that in the original. But that is also, in this case, replacing that oboe that I like. Oboe and flute, yeah. They replace a lot of instruments with flute, just kind of outright. If not like supplementing or like taking the spot of an instrument and then having the original instrument just be like secondary to it. It's kind of interesting. They really insisted on having a strong flute motif, and it's cool as a whole, but it's just different. Like good or bad about that in particular, but I do prefer there's something plain about that I like. It kind of hits right, and also the HD doesn't seem to really do much or anything with like having instruments on one channel, like one side. There's a lot of that in part 1. The original version, rather. Alright, time for some final boss shit. I always like the clarity of the piano in the original. I don't know how it stacks up in HD. Off the top of my head, at least. Also, that chime. There's like one on the right side and then like it crashes on the left side. I like that. But it also has that kind of repetitive drum I was talking about in Deep End and Forza del Mil that I've never been too keen on with the original music in this. I like the piano here though, where it goes. Now that's a flute. That's the kind of flute I'm trying to hear more often. It just loops from here, right? Yeah. Oh, it didn't have Night on Bald Mountain? Wait, why is it called Night on Bald Mountain here, but it's called Night on Bear Mountain here? I'll play that after this as like a penis music joke one. Alright, HD. Ansem. Already kicks. You know what that... the cello kicking in there reminded me of for like no good reason. I got to this by typing in SpongeBob Final Boss music. Thing with live instruments that's going to be different and better is the articulation of individual notes. You don't get that humanity in the MIDI. True. Though in a video gamey sense, I guess, my video game shaped brain, there's a certain, like, on the inverse of that, like a consistency of how MIDI comes through, like perfectly at the same time and like the same sound that I think is also nice. Both are good. I'm a centrist now. But this is better than the OG, pretty handedly. Fence sitter. See, this is the 1.5 HD conversation. Next stream of this will be the Cage 2 versus 2.5. That's a whole different story. That is a very different equation. Because I've always been pretty 50-50 on 1.5. 2.5 though is like very different. You guys know that. Yeah, that Mogs. You already know. For a dramatic effect, I'm gonna play the OG Nut and Bald Mountain second instead of first. Just real quick. Where's that stupid shit anyways? There you are. Oh yeah, and I'll, I forgot they changed Grateful Assassin. Did they actually change that too? Or is that the same as Recon? Okay, so yeah, only words. Yeah, you're right. That's what I thought too. So I think of the original Night on Bald Mountain as the Kingdom Hearts 1 version of He's a Pirate in Kingdom Hearts 2. And if you know the difference, if you like know the original song at the top of your head, you'll know exactly what I mean. If you aren't familiar or don't remember, you'll see. It's like 1.5x speed, and it's so penis music-y. It's so bad. It's funny, but, you know. It's rough as hell, and keep in mind that This was not in the original version of the game. This was added in between 1J and 1FM. This was the international exclusive at first. Who the fuck is Modest Morgorski? Morgorski. Is that the original composer in Fantasia? Bring it down to a proper tempo in FL Studio. I do want to see this in FL Studio. I can probably see how rough it is there. Hold on. It only gets worse. And because of fucking circus act. As if it wasn't already. What is that knocking in the song too? Jesus, you don't hear that in the game as much. It's insane. I remember getting to that fight for the first time and just thinking it was so fucking weird because I didn't know who that character was. I almost thought it was just a Heartless, but the fact that the music was like that, I was like, what the hell is this sound that I'm hearing? Bald.mid. Yo, chat, I found your file. Found the file of you. Bald.mid. Crazy. Oh, let's hear what this sounds like with the generic MIDI. It might be an improvement. Or it could be the worst thing you've ever heard. Let's see. Oh! Sorry, I keep forgetting how loud this is. Mr. Krabs. Look at the BPM. Going from like 120 to 90, then back up. Mr. Krabs. We're exporting this to vinyl. We're getting this shit on wax. This is the first time I've actually rendered out a file. 320 kbps. I will upload this somewhere. Fire. That shit fire. Why did I make that noise? I gotta put this in the game. You know what would be a banger mod? A music mod for Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 is just whatever the hell sound bank that FL Studios Flex decides to give these songs, put it into the game. Just as is. That would be so easy to do. It would take a hot minute to do all of them, but like, just every song on whatever the hell FL Studios decides to spit out. It's like a It's like a retranslated, like running it through like Google Translate 3 times sort of thing, but for the music. I should do that. Whole playthrough of KH1 and all the music is penisy like this. I think I'm gonna do that. I don't even remember what I opened this for, but I'm content with the result of what I just printed on wax. Now there's just one last thing, and obviously it is, do I have the Recom, like the Recom PS2 soundtrack? I just want to hear Lord of the Castle on both before I sign off. All that, and also give you guys a preview of what some of the insane KH2 songs look like displayed in FL Studio like this. GBA com, or is this? Okay, yeah, this is PS2. I remember looking, like, one stream, the stream that inspired me to do this, looking at the difference between Lord of the Castle on both, and it was extremely hard to tell the difference. And Graceful Assassin wasn't changed, wasn't it? I feel like I also remembered something about it that was? I don't know. I don't think it was. I don't think there's any difference. This song isn't on the 1.5 OST. Yeah, it's Lord of the Castle, and it's not very different at all. Let me get both on here. But holy shit, is this song a banger. A heater. He has 3 themes in this game, doesn't he? Yeah. Okay, so this is Recom. Okay, so yeah, we'll give this a whirl. Yeah, Recom was, it wasn't just late stage PS2, it was early stage PS3. Wasn't it? I remember one of the patches for PS3 was improving the compatibility of like Recom and or 2FM. Now I can't load up Chain of Memories music in FL Studios. It's a different system I haven't figured out yet. But we can just hear. While you guys are listening to this, let me get that KH2 thing ready. Oh yeah, I've decided the name of this fucked up Night on Bald Mountain I've produced is called Night on Bald Nightmare. I think it's safe to say that Lord of the Castle might actually be a top 1, like, final boss theme of these games. There's just something about it that goes above and beyond like KH1 and 2 maybe. Though I don't know about KH2 arguably has like 5 final boss themes in sequence. But the 13th reflection motif just dropped in the middle there, but in like Recom's better sequenced audio is just insane. Insane work. Hitting that fucking stylus RMX sample just out of nowhere with the fucking piano is crazy work. And it's touched up in 1.5. It's very much the same, and it's so hard to tell the difference. Can you hear the difference? I really can't. I remember last time I looked into it, I could barely tell by putting it like new on left ear, old on right ear or some shit. And it was just still so hard to make it out. Yeah, the more noticeable difference is Dismiss PSP versus HD. But that's on 2.5. We'll save that for next time. But to close out for tonight, I think my favorite track, one of my favorite tracks that I was just looking at, fucking around with all the stems and channels, was 13th Reflection. And I believe, yeah, this is working. It's not like 100% accurate yet. But I was having heaps of fun just like toggling on and off instruments in this and thinking to myself like, oh, I can make some cool ass videos out of this ability to like make my own mixes of the music to go with whatever video I want to make. I was getting some crazy ass ideas. Stay tuned for whatever I make out of it. Oh, not that one. This song has a BPM of 176. You ever notice that? Holy shit. God damn. When you hear just this, We're just gonna play around for this for a little bit longer before I get going, because this is the kind of shit this got me the most excited for, like, actually having all this at my disposal. Oops. I do want to turn off. Let's get rid of, delete that trumpet entirely. It doesn't do much for the equation. Having, like, just the synth come through is crazy. How do you think they were arranging this back then? I think they had the whole orchestra playing and transcribed it to MIDI? No, I think that, like, they definitely didn't do that. I think they did it more or less like this. I mean, I have no better idea, like, what kind of software that they were using, but, like, it's hard to say. But they definitely did sheet music and then MIDI, just minus the whole orchestra in the equation, because that'd be crazy to have. It's like just having the chorus and the violin goes so fucking hard. And then imagine, like, you play the song normally up until, like, some point, and then you have just that, and then all of a sudden you have, like, 13th Dilemma, some of the notes, well, some of the instruments of 13th Dilemma start, like, kicking in, and then it fades. I kind of want to do a series of streams of developing that idea, of getting, like, all of the, like, the major organization themes kind of connected to each other, because I want to make a video that involves that. Some kind of, like, AMV, GMV mix to make a 13th medley. Has somebody ever made a video called 13th medley? "13th Anthology Dramatica." That's like a bunch of other shit. I don't know. I think that idea is on the table for me in terms of, I don't think anybody's ever done it before. Especially, like, with this direct method. Something like that, and then imagine you just, like, paste in certain chunks of, like, the next song. That's something that I'm going to be developing, maybe even doing a bit of on stream. Because I feel like, how many people in chat actually have experience doing, like, music production, or specifically FL Studios? I could learn a lot from just, like, getting random advice from people that actually know, or have been doing this shit for years. I know somebody in chat said that they were just fucking with FL Studios when they saw I was live. I got a little keyboard too. Oh, it's because I'm muted. Oops. Oops. Muted that channel. 12th reflection? Through intro. Oh yeah, this is the dude that was helping me get this all hooked up. Looks like we had a similar idea. Or at least, like, got the same result when fucking with stems and found out that this is just peak when it's on its own. You got the slow. found the note that I used for this. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I want to start fucking with, because I feel like that would make for great material to, like, make my own mixes of the soundtrack when I want to do a cool video. After the stream, what happened when I was greening out. Glad I caught it. You caught it right at the end, but the good news is that this is only part 1. This took a lot longer to get through KH1 than I thought. We still have all of KH2 to do. We're going to save that for another night, because I gotta get going in a minute here. VOD will be up soon, though. I'm gonna use it to make this. What is this? Oh, this says I cannot believe I've never seen this. It says 300k views from like 2018. I like how I stumbled upon the same fucking thing. Holy shit. Hold on. Shorts remixing this video has a crazy video. Hold on, I have to... Hold on, there's an insane short that's linked at the bottom of this that I need to... That's not... This was what was underneath it. This just appeared when I scrolled by accident. I just wanted to clarify what this was, because I realized what that sounded like. I should do a real stream, that'd be funny. Anyways, this is what I saw in the description of that. Central's game. Oh my god. Elsewhere. Anyway, shoutouts to Miles, aka Cage Boomer, for helping me with some of the VSTs and advice on getting this in FL Studios. And also, this is what I was playing earlier from his channel. Shoutouts to Frederick Strife for also hooking me up with some good advice on this. There will be a part 2 of this stream to tackle Cage 2 versus 2.5, and I'll have more of this ready so that we can play with this more, because this has been, like, honestly, my favorite part of this stream has just been fucking with this. Send out song. I've got just the thing. Hold on. I'll catch y'all soon. Probably after this weekend, we'll do another stream of this. And have a good night. What is up, everybody? This is part 2 of the music comparison. We are now on to KH2 versus 2.5. And this was, this is me fucking around with, the 3/13th themes. This is Reflection, this is Struggle, and this is Dilemma. And then this was a little medley. Not a medley, actually, a mashup of all three that I just kind of made on the fly. I was fucking around with mixing all three stems with them all synced up to the same BPM. That shit actually came out kind of neat for something I just did randomly. Let me just update the YouTube streams title. Yeah, no KH4 wool. Can't say I'm surprised, though. This time, the longer it goes on, the more and more I kind of naturally expect it. But what the fuck are you gonna do? It's Square Enix. They don't do shit. The absolute state of play. So that one was actually kind of decent with a few of the games in there that were actually neat. Anyways. Sort it up here a little bit. Alright. Now, let me... Bro, who cares? Let me get all the music lined up here so we can go back and forth. So, some guys do remixes? Disable specific MIDIs? Yeah.
I was falling asleep until I saw the Dead or Alive 6 re-release.
Oh, that's a re-release? I thought that was a new game. That's funny. Never mind my interest in that. But who knows. Ultra Yoshi, thank you for the 52 months. Didn't realize that was a re-release. Lol. It's both? Oh, that's what that second thing... Okay. I didn't realize it was two different things. That explains it. That's neat. New version of old game, new announcement. Alright. Yeah. I'm thinking... video game. Anyways. DOA is like the most unfortunate acronym a game could have, considering the phrase Dead on Arrival also happens to line up with it. Now let me just get a little playlist here of all the songs so I can go back and forth seamlessly. I had it before, but I guess I lost it. But I just gotta drag and drop all that shit back in there. There we go. There we go. Everything's back. Back. Let's do something like this, so the background of the stream is a bit more interesting to look at. Alright. Are y'all ready? Here, let me take some ibuprofen. My ear's feeling better from that random fucking swimmer's ear I got, but it's still a little dank.
Dare calling Sham the Joe Rogan of the left.
Hold on, before I respond to that. The Joe Rogan. Yo, Zero Gen, thank you for the 13 months. I remember when they were like, "Oh, we gotta find the Joe Rogan of the left," and Chapo Trap House was like, "We're definitely not doing that. We're not trying to be like a savior." Fucking Democratic Party. Anyways, did you go to the doctor? Yes, I did. I got proper diagnosis of swimmer's ear, which David was exactly right about. I got antibiotic drops to get that all sorted out, and it's feeling better. My opinions on this are always right. Well, we'll find out. Dearly Beloved is the same in both. Let me just get that out of the way first. It was already, like, I don't know if it was Dearly Beloved orchestrated from the get-go? Like they just pick one song to have like something of a little orchestra do in-house? Does anybody know any details about this song? Because I always thought it was neat that it's the same in 2.5. Was it already just like perfect? How does that work? It's interesting. Obviously we're skipping the Utada songs. Here we go. Lazy Afternoons, it begins. Nice and pleasant guitar. Not a harp. Anything silly. PS2 clear so hard for this song. I definitely feel that way about most of the songs in 2, just like going into this. More so than 1. 1 I always knew that most cases is just a flat upgrade. All the Wada songs are orchestrated. Are there more than one? I'm not sure. Maybe like ending songs or whatever. Oh, the 1K Heartless cutscene. Okay, yeah. So like a few special songs were just already... Yeah, of course. Woodwind in the song just streamed bits, not MIDI. Remind me what streamed bits means so I can... Is that like... Does that mean that it's like sampled? Kind of like how Nocturn does all the solos and shit? MP3 files? It's still gonna be within the sound font though, right? It's just gonna be much longer. Like, instead of just like individual notes for the MIDI, it's just like one sequence and it's already arranged. No? How does that work? I don't know. I guess I could look at it if I opened this up in FL Studios, but that would be a bit of a process. It's an actual file played alongside. How many songs in KH2 use that? And, like, what happens if you open this up in, like, in the MIDI plus sound font? Is it just, like, not present? Is it somewhere else in the game, or is it within those files, too? I guess I could take a quick look and see what it spits out when I open it up in VGM. It's just, like, not there. It's somewhere else in the game? Is that what you mean? Let's take a look real quick. Let's take a look. Lazy Afternoons, Lazy Afternoons modified. Maybe that's why. It's in the full file, but extracting the MIDI leaves that part out. Full file gives me BGM. And then the sound font. Oh yeah, I have heard about the whole unused variant misinformation. Well, that explains it. I'll take your word for it, because I'm not trying to open that whole shit up. We got to stay focused. Okay, 2.5 version. Wrong song. So different, and I hate this guitar having the embellishments on those notes. Bro, stay in your lane. it's so different, and it gets so old because you hear the song so much in the prologue. Having it be this like extra, this like wholly extra version is it just really rubs it in. And that's what I feel about a lot of the songs in 2.5. The difference is more noticeable because the KH2 MIDIs are way more like MIDI-like. I'm just saying MIDI obviously is a shorthand for all the terms involved, but like, you know what I mean. Bias for acoustic guitar, that's fair. I like the guitar too, it just does too many extra embellishments on the notes that like, it's too like up and down where it could just be like the simple individual notes, you know. And it's also, this was something I noticed a lot with 1.5. They, like, as opposed to multiple instruments really just like syncing up, landing on the exact same beats, and feeling like a combination of sounds, the instruments in 2.5 feel very, like, they're all like free radicals, and the guitar is the biggest example for this song, you know. There's less synchronization, or whatever term you want to use for that. Did they re-record voice lines for the Days movie? I think they had actual voice lines in the 2FM cutscene with him in Twilight Town that was silent in the J release. Fun fact about the new... I haven't actually really seen it for myself, but I learned about it in the last like year or so. 2FM. You could actually have JP voiceover for the new cutscenes if you had, like, what was it, Rechan and Memories Clear data. And it may have been like a theater exclusive. I don't know the details on how it works because I've really never seen it. But, yeah, there was a way to unlock, like, because like the whole game had, you know, like the English voiceover, and then for the new cutscenes they opted to have them silent. But there was a way to unlock, you know, like a Japanese voiceover for those cutscenes that you don't have by default. And I haven't ever seen it for myself, but I will one day when I make the KH2 OG video, because that's very interesting to me. As for the Days movie, though, yeah, they re-recorded, they, not even like re-recorded, they like recorded new lines for it just in general. They recorded new lines for KH2.5 just in general, and actually, this is an aside, but it's something I wanted to talk about because I actually noticed last time I watched all the cutscenes in KH2 that you can actually hear which ones are new because it just sounds differently. Like, the performances are so good in terms of blending in with the original, like the voice direction that they had for making them just sound like, yeah, just like fit in with the old lines from like 10 years ago or whatever, was really good. But the technical side of like how they recorded it, the microphones sound a lot more compressed. And I believe I actually have all of those, it's not that I have them ripped, it's just that I can play them directly. Where's my data folder for KH2? Yeah, here we go. Let me see if I can quickly find some dialogue to just play out. Where would that be? Where would that be? SE? No, this is just like, what is this? There's my whole playlist. Hold on, let me just do this. I recently figured out how to hook up foobar to be able to play KH2 sound file formats natively without having to like convert it. And I'm looking for, like, your BGMs, you know? Of course, this is the KH2 folder that I have that is modded to have like the OG music on top of like the fucking SMT stuff. Where are the oh, it's in the voice folder, obviously. Goofy ass. Okay, event.
Hey, maybe Riku's with them.
Okay, now we need to find
You're new around here, right?
Hayner, nice to meet
My name's Alette.
Nothing?
When do you think we went to sleep?
how do I find the, like, I'm looking for the organization cutscene that they added that's like right after you leave like Twilight Town?
The king was locked in the realm of darkness, right?
Oh, why am I talking to you? Pipsqueak said it.
Okay, let's go.
You are the key that will open the door because of your
Impressive. Sora.
What world
just
code
keep on
would that be? Because they're in the white room.
Whenever Sora, Donald, and Goofy go out and help folks,
Okay, through the radio play. That'd be a really funny video. EH? Yeah, I should just scroll past that. E.
Axel said Kyrie's in the dungeon.
Then we better find a way to
World
get
that
to
never
that
was
castle.
is EH. But are those lines of dialogue considered that? I guess I could also look at these files. See, this is like EH, a bunch of numbers, and then MM means Mickey Mouse. I think, yeah, last I looked through this. Yeah, like X7 means
Sora.
size. Yeah.
You've done well.
I guess I can do some advanced shit. Let me find x7.win32 and just scroll through Syax's lines here.
Glad to hear it. Axel aside, it would break our hearts. Are you angry?
I passed on the message as you so desired. I told the young Sora to keep defeating the Heartless.
This is okay. This is one of the new lines. Here we go.
The
It's
hero
EH.
of the Keyblade has embarked on a new adventure. Make sure it is one he will remember.
These are lines recorded in like
Now
2014.
go, gentlemen.
Do you know what happens to those who lose their true purpose? Inevitably, they destroy themselves.
Okay, now let me find an old Syax line and see if this is there's a bit of reverb in this room. It might not be the best comparison, but I just remember noticing the difference in like
You're doing well. Do you know what happens to those who lose their true purpose? You're doing well.
And you know what's ironic is it makes me think about you know how Zigbar sounds in that fucking like Discord call video I made where he has like the fucked up microphone and it's like really clipping. It's like a little bit of that I was able to notice on like everybody's.
You're doing well. Do you know what happens to those who lose their true purpose? You're doing well.
I do want a better comparison though, where I know that the room staging is going to be the same.
Why? Kingdom Hearts. Where is my heart?
Do you know what happens to those who
You can kind of hear it here though. It's like very like, do you know what happens?
lose their true
Staircase in World That Never Was with him and Zigbar. See, I wanted like specifically two that take place in the White Room because it's not just FM that has all those like organization roundtable cutscenes. But I want to find Zigbar. What's Zigbar's number? 2 or 3? Two. Okay, that's what I guessed.
If you recall, that's where we spent our time researching
This
the
is FM.
darkness that resides within people's hearts. It's a graveyard that was sealed by order of Ansem the Wise. As if I'm doing my job.
Also FM.
I'll have you know, I found one just yesterday. Now, don't be like that. Come on, stay and talk.
Also FM.
That's where he'll find his other
Friend. Well, this guy does not talk a lot in this game. What's 1 kg?
All worlds begin in darkness.
Oh, this is BBS.
And also end.
Whoa. That explains it.
Have you been a good boy? If you recall, that's where we spent our...
Not a good comparison because the two different rooms, but Quentin Flynn sounds... Flint and Quinn. Flint and Quinn. Sounds like he's eating the mic in FM scenes. Let's go with that, actually. I want to investigate that claim. He also talks a lot more, so it'd be easier to find these.
You know, I've been thinking about something Namine said. Roxas, are you really sure that you don't have a heart?
Roxas, all right. Fight, fight, fight.
Yeah, this is a perfect example. This is within the same world. There's no, like, reverb. Here's the difference between, like, some of the differences you can hear in the otherwise very well done performances of, you know, 2005 versus 2014 when they came back and added more.
You know, I've been thinking about something Namine said.
Roxas, all right. Fight, fight, fight.
It's a lot more in your face and like flat, compressed.
You know?
Interesting. But yeah, that's all I wanted to go into detail with that because I noticed that. Because like I was mentally, like when Zigbar says, give him a chance, you know, in that video where I made him all blown out, it kind of sounded like that normally. And I was like, wait a minute. They all kind of sound like that in these new lines. Anyways, Sinister Sundown. Fight, 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 fight. Wrong game. There we go. First instance of that fucking violin that I love. With a stir? No, I'm actually drinking with a the straw that comes with a can of compressed air. Same thing. It works pretty well. It just is a little short. But then that's where you could do this. You get the idea? Like a whole new key almost. And the violin that's too much. The violinist that is always seeking attention. Now I know the technical term isn't slurring for like those extra embellished notes, but I call it slurs because I don't like it. All over the place. Sounds like for some reason it's always made me think it's like some cowboy shit, some like horse racing shit. I don't know why. You know what I mean? Some western shit. Just tap back into this real quick. Middle part of the remake kind of nice. I agree. I am just so biased towards that sound of the K2 violin instead of the all over the place making shit up violin in 2.5. And also just being way too loud and sharp. It feels like it's too much for what it is. This is gonna be an interesting one. Yeah, I always do think about the Bloody Biscuits video of this. I remember watching that stream. MIDI percussion is really nice on the ears, and it's kind of up and down on how present it is in the mix and 2.5. No, this is just inherently a difficult song for them to do in 2.5. You ever hear this song past like the first 30 seconds? What is that instrument in the right channel? Is that a xylophone or a marimba? Xylophone, yeah. Wow. That synth sucks. Wow. I do think that they do the percussion decently well in this, though. This whole part of it's so different, though. Brava, brava, brava. The backing percussion is really good. The right ear nonsense. Oh yeah, I just noticed. When I went through like KH1 and 1.5, it seemed like they never did like left or right channel exclusive instruments. It was just everything was mixed like in the center. In this, it seems like they're actually bringing that back. My right ear loves this beat. Symbol? That's not a symbol. It feels like it's so dramatic in 2.5. 2.5's OSC in general kind of feels like that, but it's more noticeable here when it's just the fucking escape aid. Like, you immediately get slapped in the face by, the marimba, this fucking xylophone. Everything blends together, with, especially with the synth in the background better. Yeah, OG, certainly. Dive to the Heart. I think I like this Dive to the Heart more than the one in KH1, just minus the fact that it's like a 8-part multi sequence to MIDI, but like just in isolation. Like the little dark piano chords in the background. I wonder if those even are chords, or if it's just one note. Probably chords. You figured out how to simulate the PS2 reverb? I actually did. I don't know if there's anything more to it than just adding reverb and just like kind of earring it, you know? But that's what I did on this. In fact, let me play this out again because it wasn't part of the recording when I was playing this in between sections of the stream. So let's run this back so I can talk about this a little bit, because this is also where I had that I put in the reverb. I was up late last night just fucking around with this for fun. I've just been learning how to get this all sorted out into FL Studios. And I just had a lot of fun mixing together a bunch of instrument stems from the different songs. But let me toggle on the reverb on and off. This is without the reverb. And now on. Off. And the reverb I went with is just a plugin called Fruity Reverb 2. I just set it to this, I guess. I don't think it has to be anything like too specific or like PS2 core reverb. I just think any reverb will get the job done as long as it isn't too much or too little. This is a little unfinished because this is just like a prototype that I did for fun. But like, just all three songs, key parts of them mixed together. This part's unfinished. There isn't enough. Like, that's what I kind of like about it, though. It's a little bit more plain. You get to hear it more. Also, this, you know, the part of 13th Reflection that has that the organ's really good too. Core remix. I want to remix a bunch of different shit in a bunch of different ways. And it loops pretty well too. Usually the songs don't loop past like this point. This is where it would loop in game. But that's what I did here. Set up a little thing to loop for the stream, and I'm glad I did because I played this while I was taking a shit. I was getting real bad towards the end of that state of play. Yeah, this, you know how Reflection has that at one point, right? Actually, this is a custom version of it because it actually sounds kind of shitty in isolation because it, like, maybe I could, like, hold on. Let me isolate this. That's the version I made. Let me see if I can swap in the OG here. I'll just clone this so I don't fuck it up. And then turn it into, are you able to sort songs by length? I wonder what the limit was for audio file size for the game. Maybe. I don't know. Add some 808 so it has sub bass. Yeah, I want to do more streams of like just this because I want to make a medley of a bunch of like the organization battle themes. And it would be really fun to make that on stream because I definitely could use some music production tips in the process. But let me hook this up with the OG synth here. This, I believe, was... No. There we go. And you can kind of hear it here too. When it loops, it's just... And you can actually hear it in the, like, the in-game and, like, the soundtrack, too. If you listen real closely to it, you can hear it, trail on like that. You can hear that on the soundtrack, and it's something I never noticed until I heard it here, so I wanted to make my own version of it that I have more control over instead of just, like, using this. But I haven't been able to get the sounds to be that dank, you know? I tried to do it with distortion and didn't quite get it right, but I'll try to remember 808s on it, whatever that means, so I can enhance this. Because this actually like fades out better, works with the song. You can barely tell it's any different when you hear it all together. Want to stand by Yamaha and start making Cage remixes with the sound font? Well, I do have this. I have a little Chud mini keyboard, but I actually do have like a piano in this house that nobody uses. I might just bring that down here and hook that up. I think it is a Yamaha, actually. I might as well at this point. This is just my little basic Chud keyboard for just like little on-the-fly stuff. And soundboard on midstream bullshit I'll be doing. Oh yeah, when I played this last, I had the 13th Struggle pianos turned off as well. It actually goes hard with it mixed in. Hold on. Let me get back here. all 3 pianos from all 3 13th themes. Heavier percussion, I agree. This was just like a little prototype I made. I barely even went through and like added custom notes. Like these are customly placed so that they would sync up better. Like the this is called this is from a sound pack that chat told me about. I keep forgetting the fucking name of it. I need to find it. It's like a paid thing. But you know, there are a few things that I lined up customly, but I could do a lot more if I just like moved some of these around, because most of this is just where it lands in the normal song. And this is also all 3 of these songs at 176 BPM. I based it around the 13th Reflection, because Reflection, this doesn't work outside of 176 BPM, or else the sample fucks up because it's a sample. It's not just like a custom MIDI that can work with any BPM. 13th Dilemma is typically like 150 something BPM, so it's way faster. Let me turn on just the Dilemma real quick so you can hear the faster version of Dilemma, because it kind of goes. It's just that the drum kit is very fast and stands out. But when you sync them all up to the BPM of 13th Reflection, basically everything lands like on the same where it's supposed to be, and it syncs up pretty well. And then 13th Struggle is 180 BPM, so you can barely tell that it's any slower. But yeah, let's get back to more on this later. Let's get back to this. We should let this play out again because we didn't even get to the 2.5 version. I think you get the idea. I imagine this might just be better in 2.5, but we'll see. Gummy music. I remember that from the Bloody Biscuits video. That'll be funny. Guitar Man. Or what was the meme? Yeah, this is one of those songs that, like, I think I like the piano more in the OG. It hits a bit darker. Otherwise, yeah, chorus was pretty good in MIDI as well. I'd say this is up to personal preference, certainly. Well, all of it is, but you know. Ooh. What would you call that part of the chorus that just hit? It's not like soprano, is it? One of those words. It sounds like this real choir that they have sounds like they're... Where's my KH1 not here? That real choir that they have sounds like they're like perfectly hitting how it sounds in like the KH1 MIDI samples. Let me see. Let me get the KH1 music back in this playlist. Oh, we're at the bottom of the list. There we go. Where's the Destati in this song? It's crazy how good the MIDI choir is for this song KH1. KH1 MIDIs are kind of like better quality, which is why it's so much closer to like 1.5 is so much closer and vice versa. Never mind, that's not the same as the Destati. But yeah, that's pretty even. Fragments of Sorrow, here we go. I'm back and forth on the KH2 MIDI trumpet. This trumpet's really good, but then the trumpets that you hear in like 13th Dilemma and whatnot, the I don't like that as much. And of course, he's a pirate. I like the trumpets in this song a lot though. This version of it. And I really like that violin that almost just sounds like pure noise. I don't know how to describe it. It sounds like almost pure synth keyboard. Almost more so than a violin, and I like that. I like how that hits. Also, I forgot that, I never really thought about how it's Fragments of Sorrow. Yeah, I never thought about how the battle theme from here, you know. I kind of forgot that it's the same, like, name and song. You know what would be interesting? All the songs that are like the same, like just the KH2 version of it, it'd be cool to mod that into one and just see how that feels, and vice versa. Dismissed? You mean Dismiss? That's a version of this song too? I actually kind of didn't realize that either. There we go, this version. Feels like an excessively bright violin. You know, it'd almost be more interesting, like, to compare this to the 1.5. We'll do that in a second. This feels ominous. Yeah, that's what the violin being so bright, whatever bright means in my mind, seems to do. Fragments. It's like the violin is actually properly balanced in this version. Isn't that crazy? It really demonstrates the difference. It's faster? Maybe I don't know. There were actually a few games at the State of Play, just not KH4. John Wick game seems pretty neat. Like that heavy metal Souls-like. And MGS Volume 2 collection, finally. 1.5 fragments, definitely Mogs 2.5. Also is left channel violin in both. I actually didn't realize that 1.5 had a good amount of left channel, like one like left or right side only. The violin is so bright and sharp sounding in my ear. Something very nostalgic. Just like the MIDIs in general in KH2. I have a huge nostalgia buff for me because of how distinct they are. Like, you don't get this sound, not only in like any other Kingdom Hearts game, but just like in any other game, you don't get the instruments sounding like this. And I think that that's my favorite thing about MIDI inherently, is that you can get very unique sounds out of the same instruments and make a sound for your whole game that you don't get anywhere else. And that's what I like about KH2 MIDIs. Like, above all else, even if some of the songs are worse, you still get that. Actually, I've always liked the trumpet of this version of the song. Where you get like 1.5 and 2.5 fragments of sorrow, you get more or less different mixes of almost like the same song. You get this trumpet that has such a high presence in the mix. And it's unique compared to... This one is very percussion heavy, which I've always liked about it as well. And the violin it's in the left ear only, and it's very subtle. It's like the lead note in this is just the fucking drums. And that's the violin that I really like, where it's just... You know, it's just so like... I don't know what you would call it. I think of all the Fragments of Sorrows, the KH1 MIDI version is my favorite, but I do like this a lot too, because it's like, almost feels like a Roxas version, in a way. Because of the trumpets. Alright, here's a huge one. So much so, I'm getting this in FL Studios like right now. This one's important. There's never been any other song that has been kind of like, I don't want to say desecrated, it's a bit harsh, but like desecrated by an orchestra than this, between like K2 and 3, like 2.5 and 3. This one's just, it just hits so many right noises in MIDI only. It's like made for MIDI. So much of it. Naturally. Yeah, definitely make it very intense, and the song definitely does deserve that. No such thing as too intense, I guess, but like... Hold on, we gotta let it cook. Violin's making shit up. And then at this point in the song, it just feels like it's so far removed from all like the quirky, like mysterious sounds that they can mix into this with the MIDI version. Everything is so clear in this version. In 2.5, at this point in the song, it becomes kind of like an intense mess. It's very punchy. So this is... First of all, this is the generic... I haven't gotten like the actual sound font in here. But let's hear what this sounds like in Flex. Yep. Yeah, that's enough of that. Now, there has got to be, I've been saying, there's probably a better way or even program to more quickly hook this up, but I'm sticking with this program because it's the only DAW that I'm trying to ever learn. So let's begin that.
Tension rising makes me boogie.
Boogie. Yo. Liquid 13 with the 14 months. Thank you very much. Let's get this hooked up. It can be a bit of a process, but I have learned ways to kind of expedite the process. Okay. Program 7, 0. This one is 1. This is just a bunch of this. Looking at you use this program to rip out the files, and then you can also use it to see this. I wish that FL Studios could retain this information about the track when I put in the sound font player, but it seems to not do that. So sound bank 7, sound bank 0, 1, and the next one is 2. Oops. And there might be a way to do it. Definitely better programs for it too, but I'm trying to do more than just look at them in MIDI. I'm trying to make shit out of it. It's so hard to remember. Yeah, it's fucking 2. 2. Next one is 2 again. And then we got a little 2 again. And then we got a little 3. And then next one 4. Thankfully this song doesn't have nearly as many tracks as some of the ones that I had done the other day. Some of them have like over 20 tracks that you have to do this for. It's a pain in the ass. But it's worth it when you get it all. You can just save it and then you have it forever. 4. Another 4. 4. 5. I wonder what's creating that weird echo in his microphone every time he speaks. Is there one? Usually you don't hear me too much when nothing else is playing. White noise? It's probably just like fans that are in the room or whatever, my computer and shit. Echo. Tidal wave? White noise that clips from when you're done speaking. It's just the filters and getting rid of all the rest of the noise that's in this room. Like my heater's on, my computer's going. That's what it is that you're hearing. Anyways, 5. Almost done. Dick-shaped ears, picking that detail up. Real. That's how I feel when I'm hearing my own shit sometimes. So I fucked this one up. That was supposed to be... Yeah, excellent. Hit replace. Or insert, not replace. And last one... Did I miss one? Oh. Last 2 are 6. This one's 6, not 5. Alright, here we go. And then to top it all off, we slap in some reverb to the mix. I have a PS2 preset though. It needs to be more like 70%, not 60. There we go. Are you gonna play the whole thing? What are we doing? Some things about FL Studios I haven't quite figured out. Why is it only looping 1 fucking second? What are we doing? Hello? What is this? Hello? Excuse you? Maybe I need to do this. Usually I don't have to, but I guess I will. There we go. And there it is. You can click pattern instead of song. Oh. Yeah, that's probably what I typically do. Thanks. I want to hear just a... This is my favorite part, is toggling on and off the stems. Now, how do you possibly do this on a real keyboard? You do your best. And it's 2 tracks, so that it's like a built-in delay and also just like 2 sets of notes. Like, without like a filter to make that extra like echo to it. The organ. Little whatever this is. So much of K2 has this basic drum beat to it. Music box, huh? What is this? More percussion. Let's try it without like the most like the important part of the song. Let's take that part of it out. It's like empty now. Pretty neat. Alright, let's save this now that it's done so I have it forever. Went from a music comparison to an autism hour showcase. You're goddamn right it did. Well, you guys have never seen this shit before. Now you get to. Tension rising. You get the idea. Kyrie 4. I'm calling it that because it's the 4th one. Or is it just a new version of the first one? From the first game. That delay. It's interesting that the delay isn't on all the notes, it's only a few. You hear that? I actually really like that. It's like every other note is delayed. That's really unique. I don't think I've ever heard that like anywhere else. That's really cool. Let's see how they handle that in HD. That's the make or break. Otherwise, it sounds very generic thus far. YouTube cover version. They don't even try. No attempts was made. As far as I can tell, there's no attempt made. And this is the song that plays when Roxas is falling off the tower in slow motion, right? Yeah, it's very generic. The instruments are good and all that, but it's very generic. You don't get that. That's so unique. And very cool. Oh, what a shame. PS2 Mogs. Is it classic? I don't imagine this will be very different, but we'll see. Yeah, it's a very good piano in this sound font. Where does this play? Does this play in the cutscene where she puts the bottle in the ocean? I think it also might play in a handful of Disney worlds as filler. Nominee's room? Maybe it does. I don't remember. Plays everywhere. Disney owns Beach, Beast Castle, a few times in HB, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Completely different song. Is it the strings in the background? I think it's perfectly fine. It's not that big of a theme, I don't think, but like... string embellishment. I think. I don't know if that was in the OG. That's up there. The simpler songs like this, it usually isn't too big of a difference. No, I don't have too much that I think about this. Let me snap back. The violins have a lot more, like, without even being as loud or even perhaps quieter than it is in 2.5, the violins feel like they spread more across the soundstage, whatever the fuck that means. I'm making shit up. Just like the violinist in 2.5. It feels like it's more of like a backing to the song, whereas the strings in this version sound just very precise. You know? Yeah, they aren't peaking the fucking speakers, true. I don't know, it just feels like it makes for a better backing. That's all I can say about that song. 13 Struggle, here we go. Roland JV1080. I need to get that for my FL Studio. I need to get all the mainstay PS2 VSTs. Does anybody know you can steal VST plugins? I've been wondering. I had this song on my iPod in like 2007. Who didn't? Alright, those violins. Are those just like low note violins? I've been wondering. The way that these MIDIs do delay pianos by just having offset extra like piano channels is crazy. FHMY? What is that? No. Obviously I have this song already loaded up in here, so. All of a sudden, it's the Recon version. Doesn't the Recon version just not have the classic K2 drum line? I actually should load up the medley file I have because I actually named all the instruments so I know what they are from a glance. Let me do that and just filter out turn off all the other ones and just filter out these because it's better laid out here for me to look at. There we go. Ignore these are not supposed to be in this list. I want to take a good look at those pianos. And that delay section. I think it's might be A1, A2 pianos or B1, B2. We'll see. There's a lot of piano work going on here. Oh, I missed one. There we go. That's how that's supposed to sound. It's so fucking good. How do they do it? Oh, so it's Bully Scholarship Edition. Bird 2ify? Oh god. Sure. Hold on. I can do that. I'll just make sure it's not so fucking loud, naturally. Oh, I missed one, actually. Oh! That's not what I thought would happen when I Control Z'd. Did I miss one? What's going on here? Oh, no. Okay. I had an idea. The whole soundtrack, but like 1 or 2 of the channels is Bird 2 and everything else is normal. And just all throughout the game you hear wherever the hell the bird ends up. That fucking bird version of the soundtrack. And now let's hear everything turned on, but with bird. Well. It's so much louder than the normal fucking synths too, it's insane. There we go. Okay, that's enough of that. Yeah, there you go, your little 13th piano. That violin that I love. Cool as hell. Alright. 2.5 version. This will be interesting. Sound like a goddamn fucking rodeo version of the damn song. Make or Break is the piano offset. It is good overall, it's just I'm not a fan of a lot of the recurring patterns that they have, especially for the violins, just kind of doing whatever the hell they want. This is good though. They hit all the right notes. And they definitely are good at making the percussion, especially when it kicks in all of a sudden, very explosive. But I don't really like that as much, and it's good, but I don't like it as much as having the percussion be kind of like reined in, and so that everything else can be balanced and more clear. Does that make sense? Violin. Rodeo sounding ass shit to me, personally. And it's also like my favorite, that's my favorite sound bank of KH2's very like unique versions of a lot of these sounds. The way that the violin has that sort of like color to it, so to speak. It's such a unique sound, and so when I hear any other version of it, especially the 2.5 version, where it just, like, steals the show, makes up a bunch of embellishments that didn't previously exist. Meanwhile, they're getting rid of, Oh yeah, I was listening to the 2.5 version, I didn't even notice they didn't have the piano going all over the place with the fucking, the built-in, delay between two channels. They didn't even have any attempt at that. It's just one piano. It's just one piano as opposed to, this. Or, more precisely, this. They could have at least put like a, well, actually they can't because it's just one orchestra, I guess, but like, they could have put a delay on it in post. But this part of it is so fucking good, and there's no attempt at it in the 2.5. The piano just gets mogged. And what I like about the MIDI aspect of this the most, because it's got that delay, it's literally like, you see the difference here? These are the piano notes. You see how spaced they are? It's always the same amount of space. It's always the same, you know, notes landing at the exact same spot. You get to have this sort of precision, so much so that instead of making the PS2 handle a delay effect in the process, you just have another channel have the same piano notes but like 2 beats ahead, and it's the same thing, the same notes, but just ahead. So you create this laser precise delay just with another MIDI channel, and you get this. Why is it not showing? And obviously you can't have it be that, you know, insane in the orchestra, but it hurts especially when the orchestra version of it it's so quiet, it's in the right channel, and it's one piano. That's what is the most rough about it to me. It's just the suggestion. There's also like brass and chorus. Let's turn that back on. And cello. That's what KH2 seems to lean more into, because like just overall the whole game, they're really feeling their oats with that game compared to 1, just like, you know, being a lot more reined in, just introducing everything, and then they go fucking hog wild in KH2, and the MIDIs reflect that, and you just really cannot replicate that the way that they did with the orchestras in 2. Piano is like just non-existent there. That's my favorite part of the song. And it's not even just like a left or right channel exclusive thing like it is here, right? Throughout the whole song, the piano is only in the right channel, and it's just so mogged by everything else. What are you gonna do? Here's a big one. Roxas. I didn't realize this until I like saw the cutscenes again recently, but you hear this song a lot across the game. And doesn't this play in the Roxas vs. Sora cutscene in vanilla instead of the other promise? All week I thought that it was called the 13th promise and not the other promise. That would have been better because as an organization battle theme, it would have fit with the other 3. Yeah, this song plays for like the whole duration of that cutscene, and it feels overplayed, and especially in vanilla, and I guess in Days, but it's a good song. Also, yeah, this plays in the Days movie. Did they play this version or the HD? No, they do not play the HD because it didn't fucking exist. That's another thing about the HD versions that have always felt weird to me, that like it's really only KH3 that goes out of its way to use the 1.5 and 2.5 versions. Like every other instance, like Melody and Memories and like Days movie, maybe even the Recoded movie, uses standard PS2 instead of all the HD music versions that existed by that point. Doesn't play in DDD. It does, yeah, because that was way before, maybe not way before, but that was before 2.5 and 1.5. It does when Sora gets the Roxas memory flashbang. Yeah, of course it plays. Yeah, it still plays in DDD, HD or otherwise. They just like don't. And there's some like licensing related deal thing. That's why it's not in Melody Memories. Plus, like, it's probably a double reason. Charting the songs so that they're like laser accurate when you're hitting the notes is definitely going to be better when you have the MIDI, you know, because it's laser accurate. Like you need a rhythm game to be. All right, here we go. Piano quite good, naturally. What are you gonna do? The chorus feels non-existent. And more to that point later once I let it play out. Like, where's the chorus? It's there, but like, you know. Yeah, it definitely plays during Sora's Awakening as well. Oh, it plays the Org 13 theme in OG? Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. What the hell? Okay, so, about the chorus. Not only is it so much louder, but, like, specifically with the way that sounds in the MIDI, it almost sounds like, you get the energy of like a deflating balloon, which feels extremely fitting considering how Roxas is introduced and then snuffed out within like the first act of the game. And especially the song I feel hits the hardest when you get the cutscene of Roxas versus Riku, and he gets owned by Riku Ansem form. So the whole like deflating balloon feeling really comes through with the MIDI chorus in this version that I feel is extremely important for the storytelling. Like, deflating balloon is kind of a silly comparison. Like the whole like Roxas is getting like snuffed out, like his anger and energy getting snuffed out pretty early on in the game, and how that's all shown. This song, I feel, fits a lot better for that with the chorus. Because the chorus has this, like, descending sort of, like, scale to it, or whatever. And the chorus is non-existent in the 2.5. This mogs. And then immediately after... so fitting. I forgot what this sounds like in 2.5. Oh yeah, Blindfolded Riku defeating Roxas, that was in OG. It's in Days, and you get to see a shittier looking version of that scene in Days because it has, like, it's that MP4 file that has, like, no anti-aliasing at, like, 720p with bad compression. You get to see a shitty version of it in Days. It's awesome. Fucking Osaka does not know how to do a fucking pre-rendered fucking video. It took them so long to figure it out, and they're still bad at it. And you know what? This is something I debated on doing or not doing, but because that one scene that got added to Days, like, years after, of, like, the actual Shion fight actually looked good, I felt like it was something I might as well do, but, I'll be doing this because of copyright music, but, in this video... anytime... okay, this is a good scene. This is the one that... no, it's not the one they added, actually. It was, this that they added. See? Fucking, you know, it looks good. And whatnot. And when I made this video, I just, like, took the scene from KH2 instead, because it also looks good in that game, because they actually, you know, made it correctly. But... you see this shit? But compared to, like, this, I just used the KH2 version of it because it actually looks good, even though it's the same scene. Ventus versus Vanitas fight theme shows Ventus, Sora, and Vanitas themes joined together. Let me listen to that real quick. I wonder if I wonder how BBS MIDIs work, if I can get those in here too. That'd be cool. But let's finish up Sora's theme before we get into any of that. This straw fucking sucks. Get it out of here. BBS is streamed audio. That would make sense. I don't mind getting sidetracked. I love getting sidetracked. They do a good job on the percussion. Pots and pans type beat. Probably shouldn't use that word as a suffix in the current year, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt on that. Kind of indifferent on the difference between these two. They both feel well and good. Afternoon Streets. Always felt very interesting to me hearing this song after the Roxas prologue. It always gives me that feeling of like thinking back on that as you just like progress with the game. It's like, whoa, that all just happened. There's a different song now. I like that MIDI-ness of that. Maybe one of the most iconic songs of this game, perhaps. Lazy Afternoons is introduced as the theme of Twilight Town. But it's not the theme of the real Twilight Town, but then is the theme of the real Twilight Town in Days. It's like Roxas's POV of the town, I guess, in song form. Maybe the difference is that rather than it being like the real versus fake, it's how Sora perceives it versus Roxas. I don't know. There's a level of emptiness with the song when you're not playing as Roxas. That's exactly how I feel. That's what I was trying to get at. Like, it's cozy, but there's something kind of in the back of your head. And the thing that's in the back of your head is Roxas. Literally. You could probably, like, somebody that's more adept in music theory could probably go into detail with, like, the chords that are in this song to see if it's meant to, invoke that. Kind of like how the chords in Dearly Beloved are inherently meant to be nostalgic. .5. What do you call that in woodwinds, where you're like throttling the note like a whammy bar in Guitar Hero? Vibrato, yeah. It's not in the PS2 version, is it? Maybe it's just nostalgia, but I don't really get the same sensation. I get a bit of it because it's, you know, still the same song, but I don't really get that same, what's the word? Ambivalent feeling behind this just sounds cozy. The PS2 version, I get more of the ambivalence between it being like, whoa, what the fuck happened to Roxas, you know? Is that plucking strings in the background that's making the backing beat? Is that what that is? Yeah, this version has a lot more melancholy. Not that the HD doesn't, but it comes through a lot more. Pizzicato strings, yeah. I feel that that's a lot more noticeable here. Well, it's quite noticeable in the HD, but it doesn't really evoke anything for me like the MIDI does. They also, like, changed their mind on what channel they want it to be in. In this, it's mostly in the left, and in the HD, it's mostly in the right. It's interesting. Or it might just straight up be centered. It's hard to tell. HD version sounds more cozy. Yeah, both are cozy, but this one has got melancholy in there, too, which is important. Working together. There's that pizzicato, but high-pitched. L song in general, or in PS2? in general? PS4 version? I do not like working together. Rugged individualists be like, yo, Skyward with the 55 months, thank you. Six Flags song, I love it. It's definitely a song that's meant to be more about... This is definitely meant to be a sequel to, what the hell is it? Hand in Hand. It's definitely meant to be a sequel to Hand in Hand because it's like the first battle theme that you hear with Donald and Goofy, and it's meant to be that in 2 as well, more so than the battle theme of like Traverse and Twilight Town themselves. I don't like Hand in Hand either, that's crazy. You must not like Donald and Goofy. I'm kidding. How about you? Thank you for the 25 months. But it's definitely meant to be the KH2 version of that song. More than anything else. Back in the saddle again kind of vibe. Yeah, it does. I do like that. Tower fight music? Well, yeah, you hear it first in the tower fight, but also everywhere else in the world. But that's where you'll associate it the most. That's where you're actually getting your first fights. I do not like that fucking trumpet in the background. Foobar enjoyer? Yeah, it's just nice. Foobar, I'm also specifically able to load up the BGM files for Kingdom Hearts like directly into it as well. Somehow I think I might dislike the trumpets in 2.5 more than 2. I'm not the biggest fan of the trumpets in 2 in general, but I think I dislike them even more in 2.5. Bird 2 version? Ain't no way. There's just in this song, this version that always annoys me. Here, listen. Hey, what are you doing over there? In my right ear. Why are you there? Also, there's no more the brrr. That's another very important sound bank in PS2, KH2 is the what the fuck would you call that? Xylophone? I've always thought that it was very important to the like the lighthearted, playful, especially Disney aspect of the game. Like even in battle themes, you get a little bit of that to remind you what you're playing, you know. Glockenspiel, yeah. You get a lot of that even in like Heartless battle themes, like you know the ones. We'll get to them soon. I'll point them out there. But you get that even in the more serious battle themes, not the most serious, but you know, Friends of my Heart. Isn't this the same in 2.5? Is this in KH1? I actually don't remember. I'm not gonna spend long in this. Oh, this plays in the train. This is very, very good song and cutscene. Yeah, very good actually. One of my favorite scenes in the game. Sounds like a Roxas's funeral type beat. Isn't KH1? Is it the same as KH1 or is it different? Is it the same name? What was in my mind? No, that's different. Is it the motif that's in one, or is it just like word for word? It was heard at Monsters. Oh, in like the flashback, Monsters. There it is. It was right in the middle. Oh, it's like deeper. Losing in Giraffe Skating song? The fuck? That's kind of real though. Not that I've ever done that, but I can imagine. It's like a... type beat. Bitcoin. It's all over. $2.5. Piano just making up extra notes instead of just like, instead of just getting to it, it's like brrrr. Just press the damn key. It's still a good song, it just does not hit for me the same way. Especially in with that cutscene one. Is it the only time that that song plays? Is the train? Also, this shares a lot of similarities to the synth that's in Roxas's theme, doesn't it? Plays when Sora knows his Riku. Oh yeah. It's a very similar chorus synth to the one in Roxas's theme. I wonder if that's meant to be similar on purpose, because the first time you hear it, it makes sense for that to be a motif. Almost like a closure theme for Roxas in a way. That's like kind of the moment that you get there. I don't know. Magical Mystery. Oh yeah. Very heavy presence of the KH2 violin here in the background. There's like just the whole bed of the song in the background. I think this is a song that benefits from the perfectly timed, you know, robotic nature of MIDI. Oh yeah, I always forget that they had that one KH3 trailer where you're in front of the tower, but then they just cut that shit out. On your way to level up Master Form. That's not what we do. The streets don't go up there anymore for Master Form. Streets don't go up to the huge quadruple gambler room anymore. That room's a pain in the ass, not only to get to and get out of, but also it's too big and the gamblers can spread apart too much. The real room, ever since Rando made everybody realize, you go to the mansion. The room with the divine bandana in it, in the mansion with the 3 gamblers. It's 3 gamblers, it's 1 less, but it's a much smaller room. It's faster to get in and out of, because there's a save point like right above it. And they don't spread apart super far, where the RC doesn't hit some of them sometimes. We don't go up there anymore. Yeah, Smash Table Room is way better for gamblers than the tower. There's also a gambler farming spot. I want to say after Port Royal 2? Or before it's finished? I don't remember. There's you can get a triple gambler room in the Barbossa fight room earlier in the game than getting back to Twilight Town. Cavern Orbs. That too. That's good before you get gambler spawns. Magical Mystery 2.5. synth in the background, replacing the violin into the same thing. There is an attempt to have that burn, 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 but it's so quiet in the right channel only. The piano is good though. Double piano. Duet. Shinji Karu type shit. It's interesting that they used a synth there. That's like... That's replacing... They're using a synth to replace... Is that a synth in this song? Or is it a violin that sounds like a synth because it's all synthetic? Maybe it is just a synth. I do think that the MIDI clears it. It's got this like clockwork, like ticking clock sort of, it's more mysterious sounding too. I guess I could, I'm not gonna rip the whole MIDI for this, I just want to rip the sound bank and put it on my keyboard so I can investigate. Because my initial assumption is that it was just the KH2 violin just being used in a different way. But maybe it's different than that. Did that go in the right folder? Yes, it did. This sound bank has 21 sounds. What the hell? Whoa, that's a sample. Hold up. That's a sample of something. What? Why is this in this song? Including working together instruments? Oh, for like loading purposes? Maybe. Yo, what the fuck is Jensen doing up there? He never showed us his producing room. What the hell is this? Where is that used? I still didn't find it. It'd be easier to find if I hold the whole damn thing. You know, I can actually do that. I'll just do it partially. I'll just do a partial MIDI investigation on this ass. Just see which track just has a constant note in the background and then place it. I'm gonna turn off that fan so there isn't so much white noise when it's silent in here. Okay. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Only 8 tracks. 7 tracks, actually. This is a fake, like, information track. Let's see what it sounds like in the generic first. More that, delay. This is a very short loop, huh? Yeah, it's definitely not meant to be a piano that doesn't last that long. It's definitely meant to be one of these, or maybe both of them, is the sound that I'm trying to figure out. Goes hard. It kind of does. Now let's get some details on that ass. I'm trying to figure out what track 6 and 7, at least according to this, is. Zero and 7 are the sound banks I'm looking for. Maybe it's just 7. There it is. Now, is that a violin, or is that just like meant to be a synthy sound like the 2.5 interpreted it as? I can't tell. Let me apply it to actually like one of these to see how it sounds. Strings? Is it just a clever reuse of strings and the 2.5 where like, yeah, let's just put in a fucking generic synth? There you go, yeah, it is strings. This is some Pokemon Gen 3 shit. Like you're in a cave. That's really interesting. I could barely tell if it was the synth violin or not, but it's being used in such a way that it probably was the correct choice for the orchestra in 2.5 just to put in some like phasing and panning synth in the background. Look what they have to do to mimic a fraction of the original soundtrack's power. It is good though. It's good that they did it like that. It's just funny to see in detail how they had to make that choice. Perfectly good in both songs, in both games, but I think that this clears. Twinkle in the Sky, battle theme. Yo, this is not battle theme. This is a big one between the two versions. Map theme. That violin that I love. Hugely unifying sound for the whole game. Glad he covered niche shit like this that not a single other soul does in these games. Yeah, I'm surprised. People don't even really make a lot of like fan music out of this. Like I've definitely seen like some people posting, like H-Boomer posting some of these songs, but like without percussion only. I've seen the KH2 sound font and Vector to the Heavens. But beyond that, it's just like, it's either those things or, yeah, here's the 13th Reflection, but it's just the fucking, the Jetsons theme or whatever the fuck they do on, the high quality, the Silva Gunna channel. It's like the only time you ever really see these songs being used like that. Like, hold on. It's kind of insane. It's the only time I see people, like, having fun. Neo Midgar. I think that's who. I think that's who did the Vector to the Heavens KH2 sound font thing. Genesis Key's the only one I've known that uses KH2 instruments for their own work. That's pretty interesting too. Original stuff, but with those sound fonts. Because like otherwise, you get some bullshit like this. Obviously, they're not applying reverb either. So fucking stupid. This is the only time you ever see people like fucking around with these MIDIs. Otherwise, why does nobody else do this? How come there's no like open cage music pack to be used in like rando and shit of like all the Silva Gunna songs? That'd be really funny. There's so many of them for Rowdy Rumble. What is this? Inspector Gadget? Oh. Deja vu. Chain of Memories 2 playlist? Silva Gunna? Yes? How do I find that? Chain of Memories? What do you mean 2? How do I find playlists? Taking songs and adding insane reverb? But yeah, that's like... You only get like this meme bullshit out of people having fun with the MIDIs and not anything that'd be great for like content.
Really tired of 144 ads.
Yo! Thank you for the 4 months so that you don't get those ads. It's all in your hands. You can do it. You can get rid of the ads on this fucking website. I run the minimum amount so that people don't get pre-rolls. That's it. 2.5 Twinkle in the Sky. Violin doing too damn much. Too much. Is this what you do for a living, or is content creation a side gig? Side gig? This is what I do for a living right now. I would like to continue for it to be that way, but I gotta crank out some more projects. That's part of what this is all for. I've got some ideas with this. It's like the whimsy's trying to climb down my throat. It sounds like it's the kind of shit that Sora was hearing 24/7 when he was in the pod. This, like, cello, or whatever it is so good in this version. I don't even know if it exists in 2.5. It's there, but it sounds like it's out of Bloodborne's hub theme instead of, like, blending in. I don't know. I vastly prefer this version in ways that it's hard for me to describe. How do you learn how to edit, and what do you edit with? I used to use Sony Vegas in my first, like, year or two of making videos, but I switched to Premiere when I had the opportunity to learn how to use it in college, actually. But it was mostly the same. But I use Premiere. It's just a matter of having attention to detail. Maybe finding a couple extra, like, plug-in packs. I don't remember. You can do a lot with the standard ones. I barely have any, like, third-party ones. But it's really just taking the time to put in a lot of effort towards things that are over within, like, a second. So they add up, they matter. There we go, reviving Hollow Bastion. I've never used, I barely used After Effects for stuff, but people use it for whole videos, and I don't get it. The violin, that is amazing. Sounds so Final Fantasy in a vague sense, and it should. The organ. That cream though, at top. So good. Dark. It's so different. What? What did they do? It sounds so much worse to me. It doesn't have any of the character that it had in the original. The original sounds very appropriately like video gamey of the era, and like almost like a nod to Final Fantasy, which makes a lot of sense in this case, considering the inhabitants. Like, this has enough hints of being cheery, but then you remember where you are. The song remembers where it is. Broken down Hall Bastion. So simple. 2.5 reminds of the BBS version. I was thinking that in the back of my head when I first heard the, like, the violins. Too much violin. Yeah. Sounds, it invokes a lot of the original as well, just slower. Got the BPM of the OG version. So fitting for that game's version, this game's version of it, PS1. But having the organ be like such a persistent and emphasized instrument throughout the whole thing in both versions. Obviously, like, it being slower is great considering it's more of a town. It's not like an active war zone at all times like it is in 1. But the fact that it sounds so similar, just with a different, you know, tone to it. What about 1.5 to 2.5 on that? I'm curious. I really like the 1.5 Hollow Bastion. Obviously, I prefer PS2 in both cases, but about the orchestra from 1.5 to 2.5 as well. .5 is just a way more faithful adaptation, which makes sense considering 2 leans so much heavier into MIDI exclusive like sounds and feelings. This is just so abstracted. Here we go. Big one. You already know what I'm going to complain about. The violin that I love. The piano and the violin stay in their own lane. They don't ever play the violin and the piano at the same time in this, do they? Like, not the background piano, but the upper. And then Both at the same time. Immediately. No intro without the violin. Violinist just cannot fucking relax. Has to be the center of attention. Every time. Scherzo? D not? Not scherzo? Not schizo? How can I make this about me? Yeah, violin theme? Yeah, exactly. And then piano only? Like, it goes back and forth. And it's not just both at the same time at all times. I don't know why they made it like that. It's insane. Laughter and merriment. Oh, I do not gaff about either version of this. Although, I do like that. I will let this play for like 20 seconds each, and then we'll move on. Meeting Santa Claus ass beat. That's literally what it's used for later in the game. Better in original, I'll say that much. Oh. That violin, it sounds like fucking, what are we doing, the goddamn formal dance in the fucking cathedral. I don't fucking know what I'm going at here. I'm gonna skip over the Disney songs because there are far too many, and we've already spent 2 hours, and we're still on disc 1, so we're gonna focus on the bangers getting out of disc 1 here. Here we go. Desire for All That's Lost. Banger's name. That violin building up. Is there, but it's not so fucking loud, right? Got a xylophone / marimba. First time you hear this is defending the gate in Hollow Bastion. Piano. There's a K-Sway version of the song? I forgot about that. Piano solo going crazy. Alright, 2.5. Two things. The same generic, explosive, and persistent percussion just immediately saturating the whole soundstage, and then the whole soundtrack highlights the strings more. I remember that video too. But what about the piano solo? I hear the violins more than the piano sometimes in this. Here he comes again. It's like they put in the violin. They make it so much louder in the mix to make up for all the like insane MIDI riffs that they can't replicate in real life. Right? This last crash at the end here. It's just piano. There's no violin at all, by the way. Just piano and drums. Fucking violins. I've hated violins since I was a kid because I used to play the cello in the second and third fucking grade or whatever, and it was like so much more focus on the violins. I was the cello. I was a cello, right? Everybody always puts an H in there. There's no H in the word cello. C-E-L-L-O. Like mellow yellow, right? I should get a cello. Maybe I still know. There's no way. But who knows what's in here. I certainly don't. Here's another big one. Org 13. Cello? Cielo? MIDI vocals hit so hard. So I'm gonna cat focus. Your cat locked in for the organization. HD. That's not... There we go. Everything sounds like an octave down. Doesn't it? Deep dive version, yeah. Not inherently bad, but... Choir is definitely a highlight of the HD, I've always felt. There's something that I feel is very fitting between Kingdom Hearts and MIDI versions of these sounds. I don't know what it is. Maybe I just like MIDIs for like video games in general a lot. This one has a sense of purpose which is missing from the HD. This is the HD. Unless you're referring to the OG as opposed to this. I don't know, I think that the more consistent piano, especially in the beginning, like you can immediately hear it. It's like subdued. And that like, you know, that like triple note going up, whatever the fuck you would call it. It echoes a lot more. It's just a lot more pleasant on the ears. And I also really like the MIDI chorus. It sounds very different. Both are good, just mind you, but I very much prefer the OG here. It just sounds a lot more distinct, unique. Gearing up. We are not comparing these. Who cares? I will go through the Gummy themes though, because they're funny. That's... no. Not that either. Okay. This is an interesting case of comparison when it's so much more synthy. I'll be brief on these though. From here on it'll be like battle themes and the rest of the Gummies. Also, is it just me, or when you play HD, aren't the Gummy themes just like really fucking loud in the mix compared to the rest of like the sound effects and Gummy ships? Just like in-game, not even like just the soundtrack. That shit feels so loud. Alright. I think I do prefer the HD Gummy ships, because it feels like they're... Hold on. Like, this has nothing to do with... This has nothing to do with the orchestra, doesn't it? These are probably not done by the orchestra. I think that these are just done by Square, and they just did like a higher quality version of the old thing. Did they not? It sounds so similar, just better. Like, yeah, obviously this isn't done by the fucking orchestra, imagine that. Yeah, I wonder, there must be something different about these, because why would you hand that off to the orchestra? It's so, like, not fitting for an orchestra. They probably just did it themselves, and that's why it sounds like... Like, obviously, it's done some kind of, like, synth, not like MIDI, obviously, like some kind of a range, at least. But, yeah, it's actually just like a remaster, you know? Yeah, like a fresher sound font where they don't have restrictions to worry about. It's like an arranged version, like how, you know, like Street Fighter 3, like Third Strike. It has the arcade version that actually like plays in sequence, like this would be the arcade version in this case, and then this is the arrange. It's like they did it themselves. I never thought about that. This is definitely done by them. It has to be done by Square directly. Dance to the Death. We're skipping ahead to the battle themes now. Or boss themes, rather. Yeah, that xylophone. Helps remind you that you're playing a whimsical game. Yeah, the whole song never ends. Keep that in mind when you hear the HD. Is that a triangle that's making a ting? Have you ever heard a fucking triangle solo before in a video game? Probably have. Alright, new. There's that xylophone. And that generic explosive. I shouldn't say generic, it's not inherently a bad thing. That very heavy percussion. It is a good conversion of it, though. I feel like everything besides the percussion has the right emphasis. Yeah, the xylophone switched ears, too. What is that instrument that does that? This one's solid to me, I will say. Everything feels balanced, more or less like it originally is. Violin isn't stealing the show. And they make a lot of crazy sequences work in the orchestra. I think that's pretty good. I think both are pretty good. I don't know if I want to pick favorites on this one. Obviously, I'm gonna pick the OG just because I'm biased, just because of nostalgia and the unique sound. But that's a pretty good HD translation. I'll give it that. I'll give it up for that one. V and V. That violin that I love. They'll pay for this. That piano, descending scales in the right ear. So good. I forgot what a lot of these 2.5 songs sounded like. I just haven't heard them in a long time. In the loop. Pretty good. Actually. And the piano. The lower notes on the piano. The descending scales are there. They're a little quiet, but they're there well enough. Maybe my right ear's just fucked up. This is very good. It's nice to have the violin actually showing restraint. It's loud. The violin showing restraint, but exploding at the right time. The encroaching horns. Yeah, I'll give it up on that one as well. That's pretty damn good. Cloud Chaser. Let me just check real quick. Curious about the potential of the Gummy ship themes just being done in-house from Square. Just like fluffing up the original, overhauling the original MIDI and encoding it. Arranging it is what I'm trying to say. Might be the best Gummy theme, I think. Hazardous Highway. That's a good one too, but I like this one. It's like ASMR almost. KH2 Gummy, KH3 Gummy. I wish KH2 Gummies will let you go through them faster. I'm not attached to either, but it's cool that KH3 Gummy... Well, actually, KH3 Gummies... I don't really care for gummies much, but something that I can say really sucks about KH3 Gummies is because of the nature of them being like that open world, you fly through the world map yourself, the actual world map UI that you get sucks as a result of it just being like this little GPS rather than that's the world map and that's, you get to see it, you know? I think that aspect, people don't talk about that aspect of Gummies enough. They always just talk about like the gameplay, but you know, KH1, you've got like that world map display. It's just like the rectangle, you know, you highlight the worlds, you click on it, and there you go. But KH2, you have like the little cursor, you go around. It's very Final Fantasy-esque. It's like the, you know, moving around on the airship. You know, whatever the fuck, Final Fantasy. Birth by Sleep, same. DDD, not so much. It's kind of back to KH1 standards, but at least it's in 3D. KH3, you just get a page selector and then like 2D icons. It's even like less interesting to look at than KH1 because it's not meant to be what the Gummy, like what the world map is. The world map is you actually flying through it, but then it's just like rocks and mini games, and then you like fly up to the world. But like the overview of it sucks because it's relegated to only an overview because they put so much into the actual experience of the Gummies themselves that nobody gives a fuck about. You know? No, Osaka, they give a fuck about good world maps. BBS has one that's like more or less the same as KH2. But that's always something that's very memorable to me about the games, at least that, like, you know, are formatted normally and have world maps, is what it looks like. You know, what it sounds like, the theme while you're sitting there, and, like, scrolling between it. You know, like, the void that's all around, like, the map that you're in. That's very memorable to me in these games, and KH3 cannot have that because of how Gummies are done. And people don't talk enough about that. That matters a lot to me. College Chasers 2.5. Yeah, they hella did this themselves. It's so similar, just arranged. And they also added some shit, but you know, they're just doing tricks on it at this point. I never thought about it like that. They really just did arrange these themselves. I'm not gonna spend too much time on these because I know that they're almost like all better, but I will get to the one with the fucking Hazardous Highway. I'll let rock. Rowdy Rumble, let's go. This is a big one. This is a decisive one, I think. And an infamous theme, at least beyond KH2. This gets used egregiously in BBS as if it were a normal battle theme and not some bullshit. Yeah, every unversed battle theme. Like, what the hell? And you get that annoying BBS synth, too. I like this theme. In KH2. Crazy. Yeah, very Disney coded, and it plays in a lot of like the Disney. Does this play in any encounter that isn't Disney related? Like it plays in like Pete fights, it plays in Feeling the Heat, you know? It feels like it was made for Pete above all else, but it does have a few other overlaps. Hyenas? Yeah, exactly, there you go. Perfect mix of evil and silly, it's true. 2.5. Like a he's coming type beat. Oh shit, he's coming. It sounds whimsical. That background percussion is a little intense. know what the violins make me think of? This is like when they make the Mario theme like an epic orchestral. There's the drummer. Like the violin, this doesn't need to be epic. Why is it so epic? You know what this shit sounds like to me? Fucking... Makes me think of some bullshit like this. Where's the one that is used in that fucking Unreal Engine, like, bullshit? This will be Mario in, like, 20 whatever. I'm looking for some corny-ass version of this. Yeah, not the higher one. I'm looking for the Focus M, but just the song. I don't know where that's actually from. I've just only ever heard it from that video. Legendary Edition? Hold on. I think I found it. Yeah, I think this is what I had in mind. That's what this 2.5 version of Roddy Rumble feels like. This isn't even a trailer, this is just some bullshit somebody made. Oh, this is copyrighted. Oh, look at this. Hold up. London Phil. Look at this fucking Battlefield 3 looking ass. God, everything is fucking Andrew Skeet. I'm pausing recording. Alright. VOD frogs, we're back. Yeah, Roddy Rumble, they make it, like, epic. Just because the violinist wants more attention. Whereas in the OG, it's just kind of contributing to the rest of the fucking sound stage instead of just, like, standing out. Violinists, they all crave attention. That's, like, the most high-pitched and grating, potentially grating shit in, like, any song, and it really shows in 2.5. Yeah, we're really skipping ahead out. We do not have enough time for all the fucking Disney shits. The Corrupted, this is gonna be interesting, because I don't know how I feel about the OG version. This is some shit. Oh, hold on. We just gotta do a quick tap of this. This is overhated, I think. Yeah, this is way better. I'll just say, it's funny, but this is just way better. Okay. Maybe I'll pull up He's a Pirate in MIDI later, though. This is interesting. Speaking of trumpets. I've never been the biggest fan of this kind of Cage 2 trumpet. But it is kind of going ham. There's so much about this song that works well with it too. Okay, it's a bit of a stretch with that MIDI. This song also tends to play with the more obnoxious fights in the game. So there's almost like it's kind of fitting in that way. This plays with the Experiment, this plays with Storm Rider, a lot of second visit fights that are a lot more involved in specific ways. Dealing with the way that the Experiment breaks apart, dealing with getting on top of Storm Rider. Shaman, oh yeah, biggest example, dealing with that fight just in general. Works better than a lot of normal fights in KH3 though, I'll give it that somehow. I'll stand by that. Anyways. It's better. It's just better. And the cello. Notice how the fucking cello players know how to stay in their goddamn lane and contribute to the mix instead of stand out so fucking sharply, right? Cello players, they know where they belong in the orchestra. With everybody else, violin players, always doing some bullshit. Every fucking time. Every fucking time. This is better than the MIDI. The trumpets sound like farts. Somehow even more so in this than the OG though. I've noticed this a lot with some of the trumpets that they use in the orchestra here, that they have this very, like, abrasive fart sound that rivals the fucking MIDIs somehow, and it's always stuck out, and I'm not a big fan of it. Very abrasive. Gritty. Piano very good in this. This is a very, very good version of the song. Way better than the original. And faithful as well. As for the trumpets, it's a pick your poison situation. It's not even like this part of the trumpets, it's the trumpets that like poke through in the breakdown here. Actually, it might be more like a tuba. You hear it? What is that? Is that a tuba? That's something else. Or like a second set of trumpets or whatever the fuck. It sucks. That one note. Trombones. Yeah, fuck trombones. Whatever it is. Fart music. Otherwise, better version. Yo, here he is. His version. Sorry, this is so subdued. This version sucks. Holy shit. I'm gonna let this play live, piss. I'll be right back. Did you enjoy that unsolicited Agrabah? I do wonder what it would be like to go through all of the the Disney themes too, but I ain't got all fucking day for that. But yeah, Hazardous Highway mogs like crazy in 2.5, which makes sense because it's just a rearranged version of the original, just with way better sounds. Yo, though I do want to like Space Paranoids, I'll get to that. The encounter though. Whoa, there's something I really like about the PS2 version of the song. I'll get into detail after it plays out. It's that high note on the chorus, followed by maybe some of the best KH2 violin in the game. And the little xylophone in the background, so it's not too intense, but it's a very intense song. Oh yeah, Julius. I forgot he has that song. And the organ. Oh yeah, this plays for Oogie. I forgot about that. Ding. And whatever that... Is that brass? What is that? But this is just like such a pleasant on the ears for the MIDI version. Strings? Cello? That's a crazy cello. Damn, this is like the best when it comes to the MIDI strings. Oh yeah, level 1 Jafar. Fuck. Just the DM. Yeah. Alright, 2.5. Pretty good too, so far. Sucks. And I just remembered why. Fart section in the right ear. Fart trombone. Hold on. Everything else about the song is actually pretty solid. It's just that fucking trumpet. Whatever it is. Trumpet player crashing, this fucking trombone crashing the whole song. Otherwise it'd be very good. It's just that shit, I've always heard it more than anything else. So the original just wins because of that one alone. It'd be pretty tight if it weren't for that. Now we gotta check out Space Paranoids because it's very weird in HD. I wonder if it's also something that was done in-house because it's very synthy and not a fucking orchestra. It might be the opposite situation of the Gummy themes. Forcing final theme? In Rando, yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, is this a key change or a tempo change? Not key change, it would be a tempo or a time signature change at most. Probably just tempo. Because it like slows back down when it loops. It's like I think it's a xylophone plus, yeah, there's a slowdown. It's like a xylophone plus something else. That's on Tron movies. I've only ever seen the original. It's boring as hell. But it's funny. That sucks. Alright, here we go. I'm assuming the orchestra didn't have anything to do with this. This was just like done in-house. Like a mess of sounds. Intern mix. That's the xylophone is there. Synths talking with their mouths full. Yeah, holy shit. Never heard this in a while. There's like slamming metal pipes in the background too. Pipe bashing. That's what it sounds like. The fucking xylophone beat? It goes. You ever hear a xylophone do that beat before? Bass? Yo, the synths? This sounds like some early DDD type shit. They're just like beating me over the fucking head with this percussion sometimes. It is. The fuck is in my left ear? Why is it still there? Fucking song. Jingling keyblades in my ear. It's not as bad as the Space Paranoids theme, it's just this is also insane. Yeah, there it is. It's still there. all the rest of the song, it's almost perfectly fine. And then there he is again. Here he is. What's Bite striking? Oh, it's the mini. Oh, it's yeah, this, the bike. Oh yeah, and the Solar Sailor too, and maybe the first fight in the second visit. Maybe? I don't know. I don't think so. Very simple. It works. H2 Tron probably has more of the legacy, low legacy, than the original Tron movie. Probably left more of an impact on people than the OG Tron. That and that one guy dressed as Tron that I've seen many images of. Oh yeah, third visit technically. Game Grid, yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Both Game Grid instances, both the bike and that fight. Better. Not better than the original, but better than the rest of these two. The percussion is crazy. It's not bad though. I wonder if they literally just, like, reverse engineered the original MIDI like I've been doing, popped in new sound banks, remixed it up a little bit on some of the notes, and then exported it. Because I never thought about that for the, like, the synth-heavy songs that they just can't have the orchestra do. Between these and the Gummies, I never thought about these songs being done that way, and I think you can tell just based on how similar it is, other than the fucking instruments being hit or miss with these songs, mostly miss. Yeah, bite striking was the most palatable. Bashing was crazy with that fucking shit in the left ear, otherwise it would have been fine, and then Space Paranoid is just a mess. But I think that they definitely worked with the original MIDIs to some degree to make those. 13th Dilemma, here we go. Time for another hitter, finally. Here we go. I think this is the weakest of the 13th themes, but not to say that it's a weak song. It's just as I've been feeling about it as I've been looking at all three of those songs in this view and hearing some of these, the individual instruments are kinda penisy when you isolate them. Then oboe in the back. Yeah, I believe it is. MIDI oboe. I'll isolate it here in a second after it plays out. I love this part though. And then the drop. Alright. Very heavy, dark percussion. Works for this song most. Organ's a little quiet, but it's good. Beyond that. Organ's way too quiet, actually. I can barely fucking hear it. Or the violins, especially. Good piano and drums. Make it big right here. Decent. But whoa. It's alright. I think the song is very good. It just needs to be mixed a little better. Some very important instruments to me are kind of buried. Here is the MIDI view though. Let's work through this. No. Where is this, the oboe? Now you'll never unhear what this sounds like underneath everything else. You're forced to bear the same burden that I have. It's a little dank. But this? That trumpet and that oboe can get fucked in this song. Everything else owns. That's also something that sounds very interesting in isolation is the, you know, what the hell? Oh, pattern view. Fuck. Playhead works differently in this. Why is it not still in pattern? There we go. Oh, pattern. Pattern, stay in pattern. Fuck. I can't click on the channel rack to go here where I'm trying to go. In the actual fucking song, maybe I could just do this. There we go. Still learning this program. Oh, that makes this a lot more readable. There we go. Oh, thank God, okay. Isn't that interesting? Where's that piano? Why is that piano so... There you are. That's what that sounds like in isolation. Isn't that neat? It's interesting how a lot of these, sometimes I feel it's almost enhanced when you get rid of some or all of the percussion, and especially the trumpets. fast-paced like a battle theme should be, but it isn't interesting to hear like this. Also, check this out. Oh, not like that. I don't know why I'm like doing TN moves on you guys. Sick as hell. Battle theme to a eulogy? That's what I've been kinda fucking with this whole project. This is the file where I have all 3 of the songs in the channel rack. And then this is where I did like that custom mix of things. But you want to talk about some real eulogy shit? Let me fucking show you. Fucking Building the Reflection is best in class. Best in slot. Oh, hold up. Where's that damn harp? Did they get rid of the live rewind feature? Maybe it's I think it's because of this stream. Because I went live under the special events category at first, that setting, people usually do this for like copyright stuff. It automatically disables like VOD storage. And that's how I went live. I changed categories, but it's still applied. That's why it should still be there though. Damn eulogy right here. Oops. How do I unselect? Fuck. Oops. How do I unselect an FL Studios? It should piss me off sometimes. Did not mean to do that. Fuck. How do I undo the selection? How does this shit work? Fuck. There we go. I thought of a really funny meme. You know that, like, what the beat sounds like the night you're making it versus the morning after? And it would be, like, the beat you're making initially is, some shit like, hold on. beat you're making, and then the day after. Just one of the fucking harp, like one after another. I'm gonna make that live on stream actually, not since I have it open right here. Hold on. I've been meaning to make that. That would be good on TikTok as well, I think. What do you type in for that meme? What is the tagline for that meme? How the beat sounds in the morning. There we go. 11 p.m. versus, yeah. Did this new instance of Cobalt really fucking go down too? God, why is downloading a video on YouTube such a fucking ordeal? Everything sucks. Cobalt doesn't work. Cobalt.mewing.d doesn't fucking work anymore either. People found out about it and now it's gone. Why does everything suck ass? How do you download YouTube videos now? Now that the backup instance of Cobalt is also fucking dead. YTDLP interface? Well, on the command line? That stopped working for me too. Loader.to. Looks scuffed, but these have always looked scuffed, so. JDownloader. It creates a program to use to better use the command line. Oh, yeah. I guess what I used to use for years was YTDLP just in the command line, but not interface. I'll have to check that out. Oh, this 360p video should not be taking this fucking long. Y2 Mate. If you have YouTube Premium, you can download YouTube videos to their proprietary cloud. Yeah, the fucking downloaded to be accessed encrypted bullshit. It's just so you can watch it in the fucking plane or whatever. Fine for that, but there we go. AMP4. Yeah, 13th Reflection is insane, and getting to see it in this view really helps me appreciate the fucking craftsmanship behind it. It's insane.
She's dying faster than the baby's lungs are developing. I had to stop the corticosteroids.
Oh.
You were right. You were all right. Now the mom's lungs are shutting down. She's dying faster than the baby's lungs are developing. I had to stop the corticosteroids.
That was really the last thing I did in Premiere, huh? That's crazy. I haven't used this in a while, I guess. Ah! Stop! I did not mean to open it twice. Crazy way of doing this, but it's the only way I really know how to do it for now. Oh god. Bro, what? Oh, not the flute. No. Which organ fucking was that? 2? Organ 2. There we go. How do I... What is the fucking basic tool in this toolbox in the playlist in FL Studio that lets me just resize the selection or like split it in half? What are these buttons? One of them... Draw? Oh, this lets me... There we go, it's draw. Fuck. I'm new to this. There we go. And then one of the harps, not both of them, because it needs to sound all weird as hell for the meme to work. Why is it silent? Turned off? Oh, wrong harp. There we go. There we go. Now we can right click. Can we? Right click? Or right click this? It deletes it when you right click it. Awesome. I'm trying to now export this. I thought this is where you would be able to export it. How the fuck do you do that? Bro. What are you working on? Meme. I'm trying to just export these individual synths for this meme, but I forgot. Maybe there's a more sensible way to do this that I could have just done earlier with the channel rack. Oh, yeah, I could have just done that earlier without this whole setup. Let me undo all the way back there. Let me just reopen this whole fucking thing. Let me just open the 13th R.FLP. Yeah, just this. This is called sleeveless because that is when I recreated the synth drop with one that would sound better in isolation. I still need to improve it though. I call this sleeveless because the sound my mind makes every time I see the Stick Sham sleeveless emote. But I'm looking. Yeah, all I have to do is take this, the organ solo, just burn MIDI to. Oh yeah, this is how you do it into a pattern, new pattern. And then I can, I thought this is how I got to a file. How do I get it to a file? Why didn't it let me select that? Oh, here we go. Pattern 2. Shorten it. Warm it up. Wait. How come when I shorten the clip, the ability to right-click this and export it goes away? You see that? Wait, where was that? That was there a second ago. What the fuck? Am I insane? Am I covering the part of this? Where did it go? Wait. Oh, it's this that I was right-clicking. Okay. There we go. I'm learning. Render as clip. Oh. What is a 32-bit float as opposed to whatever the fuck these are? Isn't that what you want? 32-bit float? Always what I've heard. Output format. Yeah, I'll take a WAV. Why not? Or can I change where it gets rendered to? I want to know where the fucking thing goes. Whatever. I'll just do it. I want to do more streams where I'm... Whoa. I want to do more streams like this where I'm actively making stuff that I would make for videos. Stickman Cham Productions. Where did everything go now that I rendered that? Why is everything gone all of a sudden? What? Okay, so I got that, but everything's gone now. I guess I can just undo. Let me just... I got the file I was looking for. Did I actually get the file I was looking for? Pattern 2, there it is. It's mostly silent until... Yeah, there we go. Let's see. 13th R organ. .wav. Open up the whole fucking project file again because everything's gone for some reason after I did one thing. How do people feel about FL Studios? People that are actually like, if anybody in this chat is into this, is FL Studios like some McDonald's shit compared to some other DAWs, or is this just like fine as like a jack of all trades sort of program? I don't know if this has a reputation or not for that sort of thing. Way more complicated. Oh. In a good way. Like learning curve related? Because I can get down with that. It's just... I was wondering if people have common grievances about this, but I guess they do about Premiere as well, so what are you gonna do? Oh, this is also pattern too. Is it gonna over... How do I rename the fucking thing when I'm rendering it? I only use LMMS because I couldn't comprehend FL Studio. Like anything FL Studio is what you want it to be. Infinite plugins, things you can do with it. Destroys Ableton. I've heard about Ableton. I like it. I haven't used any other DAWs. There's a lot of stuff that you wouldn't ever really use most of the time. I like how it looks. I like how I was able to customize it. I like the noises it makes. And I like that I have it. So I'm just gonna... I'm glad that it's not the opposite. I would rather it be overly complicated, but have like a million things you could do with it, than have it just be really restricted. So that works for me. But, I mean, here's another example of it, though. I don't know how I'm rendering a file out. I don't know how the fuck I name it in this menu. I guess what would make sense to do is just rename it from here. And it'll use this file name instead. I guess there we go. Should have been a different way to do that, but it makes sense. In the end. Dude, AI? Can AI make that noise? Think about it. Alright. We got our assets. What do you guys think of me streaming this process more often? I think it's a lot of fun. Because this is just what I used to just sit here in this room and do. Just off stream, like every day, every other day before I got into streaming. And this is how I just like made content. And ever since I started streaming, it's hard for me to just go back to just doing that. So streaming a lot of it would be a cool way of making that something I do more. Like I should be. Stickman Sham Productions genre of stream. It was also fun when I did that mysterious figure session that was like I was just farming for like one good fight of footage for all three characters, and I always thought that I would be too distracted to like do it for the stream rather than for the YouTube video. But when I was doing that stream, I remember saying like, "Oh yeah, this is not the footage I'm looking for," and it felt natural. The Frank meme for this? Frank who? Is there like a Frank? Who the fuck is Frank? Frank version of this? That's how it's done. And that's how it's done. We now have a meme. Now let me just make it not widescreen. It doesn't need to be widescreen. Going on Twitter? Yeah, I'll post it on Twitter right now, and then I'll post it on TikTok later when I get like a caption and all that shit figured out. I don't know how to use TikTok when it comes to naming and posting memes. And that sort of shit. Crop out that annoying white space. It's always at the bottom of this meme format. like something's rough about this transition. What is it? What is that? You see like that frame in between these? What's going on? Oh, that frame is like a cut in the video. That's like one frame off of where it cuts in my edit. Let me adjust that. That's a little jarring. See, this is also the kind of thing that somebody was asking about. Oh, it ended up on this side of it too. No, I fixed it. No, I didn't. Somebody was asking me about video editing stuff, and I told them just like vaguely attention to detail matters. This is what I mean by that. Looking for these sorts of things that are like, oh wait, that doesn't look right, and then fixing it. Pride in your work type shit. There we go. See the difference? Finally beat Minicup 3's US career. Got my ass kicked in the US Championship Series races. I don't remember how hard those were. Nowhere near some Savo 6 tier shit. There we go. Miscellaneous folder, there you are. And there we go, that's how it's done. That's not the finished product, that's just the original. Yeah, it's so much better since I fixed the splice. There we go. Do you render with Premiere's built-in render engine and Adobe Media Encoder? I have used Adobe Media Encoder, like that secondary program on the side in the past. I think it's a waste of time. The only reason I ever used it was when I had a several year fucking adventure of sorts trying to fix Adobe Premiere sucking absolute ass at handling large files or stream files. When I started like streaming and like trying to edit my streams, and all of a sudden it's an unusable piece of shit. If you click on a different program on your computer, you tab out your RAM usage from Premiere, all of it just drops. And when you click back on Premiere to play the video again, the VOD or whatever, it takes like 30 fucking seconds to load up again. And I remember trying to use proxies, because that was like the traditional solution to dealing with big ass files, is you render these like little shithead preview proxies that like stand in place of the original file. That feature is some doo-doo dog shit that sucks. It sucks ass, it doesn't work. In fact, it was like, it had the same problem with like uncompressed proxies had the same problem that were like low res and shit. So that was a bust. What finally fixed the problem for me was actually buying a piece of software called Influx for like Adobe Premiere that just replaces Premiere's encoders with custom ones, and all of a sudden I can put MKV files directly into Premiere. I can put AV1 encoded MKVs into Premiere. Shit that Premiere has no fucking support for, probably never will. All of a sudden, everything works just fine. Huge files work just fine. Everything works instantly. It solved years of fucking issue and frustration with this damn program. Does it work for After Effects? Hold on, I actually might. It actually might. Adobe CC, so I think it does actually. There's a trial that you can get to see if it'll work for your use case. It like, you can only use it for like 5 seconds of footage before it like, you know, does some watermark shit. But you can get, you know, the trial, see if it works. And if it works, then it's worth the money like crazy. It's one of the only times I've like bought shit for video stuff. Because at least it was reasonable and a huge solution. Now let me post this and we'll get back to our process here. We're almost done with KH2 and just done in general for tonight. But it's fun to make that on stream. Almost done. There we go. Now, chat, it is your turn. Gas this post. Gas that. Shit up. And let's get back to the comparison. We just made it through to the dilemma. Overall, pretty good in both versions. It's just subdued. Some important instruments are too far subdued in HD, as is the case in many of these songs. Showed out how Bastion's the same in both versions. One Winged Angel, let's go. Wrong game, we gotta start with PS2 first. I think the song is naturally buffed by MIDI by nature of, like, you know, just FF7's original version of this in-game. Sauce. Sauce. The MIDI violins here, scary, frightening, robotic and precise. How the song should be. I don't dislike the new version. The song definitely belongs to be played by a real orchestra all day long as well. But in-game, in a video game, let me hear the game-sounding version. Ding. And here we go. Very intense. Good for the song. Violins are terrifying, actually. Forgot how insane that is. That's really good, too. Horror movie violins. I like the lyrics, too. I like both versions a lot. It's kind of this is a free space, though, because it's fucking One Winged Angel. It's One Winged Angel. This exists in a different conversation than Kingdom Hearts 2, because, you know, Final Fantasy will. Yeah, both extremely good. Obviously, within the context of playing Kingdom Hearts 2, I prefer the original, but, like, holy shit, this is a very, very good version, too. Sauce. Battleship Bravery, is that the last Gummy? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Aren't there, very good violins here. Aren't there versions of, like, the full, FF7 version of this song, but with KH MIDIs, but it's the full song from FF7 PS1? Doesn't that exist? Yeah, this part's so fucking good. Very good version. Not even worth comparing to each other. Neo Midgar, yeah. I've known of it, I haven't heard it in a long time though. Let me skim through it real quick. I got me curious now. KH2 Sound Font full version 5 years ago. Somebody modded it into the game too. That's pretty cool. I should play this game. Actually beat original FF7. I should just start over the third fucking time and stream it. Somebody once said on Twitter that playing the Final Fantasy VII remakes and Rebirth especially is like, rather than a new take on the original FF7 narrative and going into a different direction with it, it feels like you're in a Final Fantasy VII theme park the whole time. To a detriment of the tone of that game, and that could not be any more true. It feels like it's made for unconditional fans of FF7 that are just there to, like, bask in, like, the world of it by any means. Like, regardless of how well it's translated and remade. Wasn't that said by the guy who constantly glaces FF16? Dreambomb? Well, regardless of how he feels on FF16, it doesn't mean the take on FF7 isn't wrong. FF7 Remake. We can't all get it right. It'd be funny if you were talking about somebody that wasn't him. He's a little infamous on Twitter, but he hangs out here a lot too in this chat. He's alright. All his takes are solid, but who is? It's interesting. It'd be interesting to mod that into the game. It sounds more like FF7 though, even with this KH2 sound font. It still sounds too much like FF7 than KH2. Maybe I'll make my own version of this. Anyways, yeah, one major can't go wrong either way. Listen to this one for a little bit. Why does this have 2 R's? Battleship Bravery? 2 R's? Typo on the soundtrack rip that I got years ago? Fart trumpet, fart oboe, fart trombone. Violin's good. Fart, oboe, sabotaging the whole thing. That's all I have to hear. Sacred Moon, time for some real shit. Something I'm looking for specifically. Yeah, hold on. This percussion sample in the background, that's also the Halo Reach main menu beat. Absolutely iconic. Now check this shit out.
This is the one that I use the most. Let's see, my favorite one would probably be Ape City.
Ape City.
Look at this one. Yeah.
Ape City.
You see, if you keep playing the notes.
That's where that comes from. I do need to get this in MIDI. I don't feel like doing it right now because I've already done a million fucking things, but there will be more FL Studio streams where I'm fucking with all this and making some shit up. I want to use this newfound ability to like recompose and like do like joint combinations and or like remixes, medleys or whatever of this Cage music. I want to use that for videos. I want to make a modern version of Everglow's The 13th Clash with my own self-made medley of the themes in question. Alright, 2.5 version. That background synth is awesome. Also, the actual, like, the way they actually did the delay notes on the harp? Is that a harp? Also, the real version of the Ape City sample, very good. This is an extremely good translation of this song. Notice how this song doesn't have a violin in it to drag it down. Woo! This might just be the best HD version of the song in the whole soundtrack. It's crazy how much it hits every note just right. I'm not convinced an orchestra did this. You know what? I'm not convinced this was done by the orchestra. Tinfoil hat conspiracy theory time. Just like how they did it themselves for like the Gummy ships and shit. I don't think this was done by an orchestra. It's too precise. And it does have the synth. I swear this is not done by the orchestra. Does anybody else agree? I don't know how to prove it. Maybe it's the way it still has that Ape City sample, like, extremely, like, precisely. And the little maracas. It's too precise to be an orchestra. This is just a high quality rearrange. They should have just done it like this for the whole goddamn soundtrack. They fucked up Space Paranoids badly in like 2 out of 3 examples, but like all the Gummies and this, if it counts, is really good. What if I made my own... Here's a crazy, stupid, ambitious idea. What if I made my own 2.5 OST, and it's all just, like, rearranges in FL Studios of the original tracks, just, like, wildly fluffed up, but with the same MIDI precision and original, like, mixing philosophy. Somebody already did that? Did they? Can you send me that? I'm curious, that's... a lot. Non-Shima? Well... Can you send me that? Is there a link? Is there a playlist? I was trying to reverse engineer where to find that just by typing that into YouTube. Even though it probably wouldn't be that hard. Yeah, very good, and I don't think it was done by the orchestra. Straight up. Deep drive. The organ. Oh, that's another thing I want to look into is the percussion that this song uses. Is that sampled or is that sequenced? Baseline. I wonder if this is also like Sacred Moon. On HD. Mickey Mouse cutscene of him running through this song. A micro meme I created every time I watch that cutscene. And there's a violence. That KH2 is the violin I love. The weird live buffer thing where it goes down an octave, that would be, it's actually an FFZ setting, isn't it? I think that's FFZ. Now, what about HT? Is it really like that here too? This is definitely like Sacred Moon as well. This is hella a MIDI rearrange. Maybe with samples from the orchestra at most. Yeah, that's sequenced. They must have been like, okay, yeah, we're taking this into our own hands. You guys have been doing good with all these Disney themes and Heartless Battle themes, but this song is our fucking baby. You're not fucking with it. With your stupid-ass violin player. That's what they must have said, because holy shit, this is just like, you can tell the difference. Compare the violin to this for like any other song where I'm complaining about the violinist. Why didn't I just do the whole thing like this? This is amazing. Fuck. I'm gonna assume 13th promise. Other 13th. I call it the 13th fucking promise because I'm a moron. Alright, speaking of, I gotta scroll down for it. Alright, FM. Yeah, I'm giving that the deep drive in the HD because it's differently made. Casey was hand in hand. Oh, I think it's like a credits theme or some shit. Other promise time, let's go. There's that Roxas synth, just like in Roxas' theme, 1-to-1. The tempo drop. Yeah, ending theme, you're right. Dual wield. The occasionally delayed note piano. That flute. And the way that the strings all like rise up in unison and enter the song is perfect. It's amazing. and this fade down to the loop. The organ. So good. What do you do with Kyrie? Alright, here we go. This is gonna be interesting. Sounds just like Roxas' theme in the HD. I can applaud the accuracy. Still very good. Definitely done by the orchestra. I think when they finished this song, they knew they had that shit on. Yoko Shimomura knew she had that shit on with the final mix songs in particular. Like, it is crazy. Like, they're all pretty good in the original, but the final mix songs are such insane flexes, just all of them. Other Promise, Deep Anxiety, Cavern, Reflection. It's crazy. Rage Awakened? That's what you get to make when you know how much space you get to add onto that disc. It's like, hold on. Yeah, this version is very good too. Too quiet for the fight? I guess individual notes don't poke out as much. But it's still very good. I don't even want to compare them. The organ is too quiet though. It doesn't have enough presence. I can definitely tell in this part. I guess this is the only time you can actually hear the organ, which I guess is half the problem. But the way the complexity of the songs that were added in Final Mix reminds me of the quality of the songs that were added into Nocturn for Maniac's version, because we all know how like badly compressed the songs are in game in Nocturn, but when they added a bunch of the songs in Maniacs, you know, the version that, you know, we got, we were lucky enough to get the Final Mix instead of the vanilla, instead of the other way around. I think of the battle theme that plays in Amala is good quality in-game. Beelzebub, Lucifer's theme, Metatron's theme, those are all like uncompromised to like the standard battle theme and like the town theme and all that shit that's like compressed to high hell. And it makes me think of this phenomenon here where you get these like really complex songs relative to the original game. I wonder if like because they knew how much space they had to work with on the re-release, they got to kind of go all out. Plus it's like, you know, how many songs did she have to worry about making in Final Mix? Like less than 10? So you have to just put so much more into it when just adding stuff to the Final Mix. That probably has something to do with it too, more so in this case. Alright, what's next in the list? Oh yeah, Riku's theme. This is an interesting one. MIDI guitar. You don't really hear this guitar much at all in this game. It's kind of like this one song that uses this, huh? It's for maybe Kyrie's theme, I'm realizing. I don't know if Nocturne's... I'm pretty sure Nocturne's battle theme, it doesn't depend on the moon phase. It's just 8 variations, but I don't think it synchronizes with the moon phase, even though it kind of should. It easily could. But I don't know if that's actually true. Yeah, awesome theme. Very different in HD, just inherently. It's like guitar twangs and shit in the HD. I don't know if it's like... if it has delay notes like this does, or I think it does. Does this play in any other game? PS2 was originally going to be 2 separate discs before dual-layer discs became a thing for 2004. Oh yeah, Days. recoded. Yeah, it plays during the fights. Actually, that's interesting. And DDD, that makes sense. Yeah, Days recoded DDD. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, HD. Real guitar. Interesting. I always felt that the acoustic guitar and the MIDI was very much like very ASMR. But this cello in the HD sells it. It's so good, this version. This cello hits. Sells the whole new version. Very good. And it almost feels like the violins in the background are synth. They feel too consistent. Either that or I'm underselling what an actual orchestra can do when they just have the fucking violinists just behave. But that cello it hits perfectly. It's so good. Definitely giving it up to HD here. I want to compare Disappeared with the KH1 version as well. Let's move on. Disappeared. Speaking of low cello notes. Low cello plus low piano. Creepy ass theme in both games. The one piano note? Whoa, hold up. That's a little dank. I don't even like that in KH1, is it? The trumpets are the same though in like 1 and 2 PS2 version, aren't they? Tinnitus generator, a little bit. But then, I like that. That's a unique sound too, whatever kind of percussion that is that goes with the trumpets. I don't really hear that anywhere else. They're just kind of emulating the KH1 version. That's why it's so unique. And it doesn't quite fully come through. It probably just suffers because of the sound bank translation. Because like, here's what that's rooted in. Unless playlists. I had a few saved. Okay, I'll pop those up in a minute. Imagined rearrangement. I'll check this out in a minute. Thanks. Already Moggs with the cello. So much louder too. KH2 version is just like one note on the piano at this point the whole way through. So much better. KH1 sound banks are probably like maybe objectively better There just aren't as many of them? I don't know. Also, do other songs in KH1 have this drum march? Is that what you call it? The really fast drums in the background. Do any other songs in KH1 have this, really? Because it's such a big thing in KH2. I wonder if they put it in here because they were, like, you know, kind of prototyping what KH2's sound was going to be. It's very KH2 core. And it's kind of better here than in KH2, which is funny. Shrouding Dark Cloud? But to this degree? Version just hits the dark cello so much better. Everything is more balanced. Olympus, Shrouding Dark Cloud, Wonderland. Let me check just real quick. Yeah, it does. Okay. I'll give it up just for that alone. But there's like 8 songs in KH2 or more that have that. But yeah, I guess it's just a very Kingdom Hearts-esque pattern in general. Alright, 2.5 disappeared. Let's see. Whoa. I think this is sequenced. I think this is sequenced. It sounds sequenced like Sacred Moon and Deep Drive, I think. Yeah, I think it is. Too complex. Too fast. Yeah, no. This is almost certainly just a rearrangement sequenced of the original. It's really good. It's definitely better than the KH2 version. I think the KH2 version is the weakest of this version. This song. I wonder if this is just the same as the one on 1.5. Hold on. Is it? No, I think it's different. Yeah, it's different. It's making me wonder, though, how much of 1.5 might also be sequenced. Now that I'm realizing it, and it's like for sure a thing in some of these songs. You think it's possible that they did both? Like, they had the orchestra do, like... Or, yeah, do you think that they got, like, real recordings of these and then used them in a sequence so that they could have these be as, like, insane and, like, line up to all the, like, really fast patterns of these songs? Do you think they could do that there, too? Like, real instruments, just in isolation, sequenced together. So, like, a compromise between the two. Because they're definitely... I don't actually really know the details on how they did the orchestra. If, like, all of them were done, like, all of them in the same room. You know, like... Fucking... Philharmonic playing Mario epic version type shit, or did they just like have each individual instrument just in a recording booth? How does that work? Does anybody know? Are there any details on that? I wonder. Anyways, it's time for the hitters. Fight to death in Darkness of the Unknown. Let's go. Absolute hitter of all time. Crazy good. With the Seattle for the drums, San Fran for the choir, New York for the strings for God of War 2. That's nutty. Yeah, I imagine they didn't just like have the whole fucking orchestra doing it all at once and then recording that and calling it a day. They probably did some things in isolation, balanced it differently, you know. Yeah, the percussion is a lot more crisp. Whether or not there's more or less in the remix, 2.5, it's still like a lot more distinct. If that makes any sense. Stands out more.
State that nothing ever happens.
Yo, Chunny with the 58 months, thank you. So good. But we're putting it louder? No, it's not even loudness, it's like... It's not even just loudness, it's hard to say. Hard to describe it. It's not even just that. Percussion in 2.5 is plenty loud, it's just very spread out. It's maybe, like, I don't know. There's something more to it. It's close enough though, I guess. Clarity. Oh, yeah, that's what I would use. Three parts of Zenith's boss fight. This is the fourth part, actually. Darkness of the Unknown has 3 sections, and this is the prelude to Darkness of the Unknown. So Zenith is a 4-part fucking symphony. So good. Unmatched. Absolutely unmatched. Alright, 2.5, fight to the death. Very good still. Piano doing all the right things. Violins also staying in their lane too, which is nice. Blending in. And that it's so fucking good. This is definitely an improvement. The whole fucking, your ears explode. Your ears just fucking explode. It's perfect. It's like you crash your car into the fucking wall. That's how it feels to get hit by that sound. It's so good. I remember the first time I listened to these too. I remember when 2.5 came out and I like went through the soundtrack on YouTube. I was like, holy shit. Shit hit like crack. I remember like it was yesterday. You know, type shit. Very good. I do like the MIDI nature of this song. We'll have to see how HD stacks up, but I like the way that the MIDI piano here sounds a lot. And the bass line. Soft choir, yeah. The song is almost 8 minutes long because all 3 segments, and we're going to listen to it. Both of them. That, like, whatever that noise is, probably unmatched in the HD, I think. Also, none of the violins ever sound like that in the whole MIDI soundtrack up to this point. How do they sound like that? It's unique. How the fuck do they do that? Neither does the brass, the trumpets, whatever the fuck they are. It sounds different here too, and it's better. It's like they whipped out a secret sound bank just for this guy. Yeah, unique samples is awesome. And a violin that I love. It's peak. It's peak. It's so fucking good. How do they do it? I'll have to get all 3 versions of this song in FL Studio. I'll do that for a future FL Studio stream. So good. in suddenly. That violin. Iconic. That piano is just so... It's just ASMR. And it's delayed too, it's like delay notes. There's another channel of piano notes that follow it. I think. It's almost like a harp, even. I'm pressing it! Gosh. Gosh. First fucking videos. Piano harp combo? Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. What a pleasant combo. Piano with like a delayed harp ever so slightly. And the organ. The way that you can hear the harp follow the piano, it's so pleasant on the ear. It's so good. And from what I remember, 2.5's version is also great too, but we gotta hear it all. We're hearing it all. Here we go. They got the bass line, right? What do you call those? What do you call that? Marching cadence snare. It's very good. Whatever it is. It's a lot of syllables, but that's true. It's very good. And the bass line hits very well. This also feels more heavily sequenced than the rest of the usual tracks on this soundtrack. There's something I've always noticed, I'll scroll back for just a little bit. There's something I've always noticed about this version that I absolutely love. You hear the violin like charge up before the drop, like in reverse, like a little bit. It goes, and then it drops. One more time. Listen for it. I think that's unique. I don't think they did that in the original, and it's so fucking good. Violinist pulls through with a well-received little addendum. The violinist is struggling for his fucking life to stand out amongst his percussion, and it's just making it like evenly perfect in the mix. Trying so hard, but it ends up perfectly balanced. violin. It's perfect here. And the fucking synth, that it's so good. They were doing tricks on this one for HD, and they landed those tricks. It's crazy. They did not fuck around with these songs towards the end of the game. They fucked around real early on in the mid game with those like heartless bosses and whatnot, but they did not play any stupid ass games here. They knew what they were doing. They locked the fuck in. They stopped geeking, they locked the fuck in. It was crazy. In the transition, it's maybe even better than in KH2. They must have done this differently. I can only speculate. I can only speculate the difference between how some of these songs were composed and orchestrated, whatever. But I think that they had a tighter grip on these songs, these end songs. And I guess it makes sense when you consider how, like, they just did like 1 or 2 songs each for like BBS and the fucking Lord of the Castle, despite being like supposedly like remixed, is almost exactly the same with like very, very minor differences. Oh, but you know what is different though? Riku's theme, Ansem's theme in Recom, isn't that very different? Yeah, they probably prioritized the real shit songs and just kind of let the orchestra do whatever for the bulk of them. And then for BBS, they just were like, yeah, let's just do these 2. I definitely think that was the case. That, and then the songs that are just inherently, like, just MIDI in their bones. Only Lord of the Castle changing 1.5. Yeah, but that's what we're saying is like, oh, well, yeah, I guess not Ansem then. Are you sure? I swear to God, I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking of like a weird emulator video where it sounds very different in emulator. I swear, I'll have to look into it. Let me see actually. How this plays out. What is it even called in that game? Something Chaos? Actually should have these both on my computer. Yeah. Revenge of Chaos. Yeah, there actually just isn't even a different version of it. Oh. 1.5? What do you mean 1.5? Extended? I swear, I've heard it sound differently in some context. Let me see. Let me look around. Maybe soundtrack versus in-game. Maybe. No, that's the same as the soundtrack that I had. I'm remembering... I thought I remembered... that there was some weird difference with some other version of this. Forgotten Challenge 1.5 is different. Really? Actually sounds maybe familiar. Is it even on the 1.5 soundtrack though? Yeah, that's the Reverse Rebirth final boss and some. Hold on, let me just check. Soundtrack version instead of in-game PS2. Oh. Oh, in-game.
The way that he does, it's impossible. You can't do this. No. 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 No.
2018.
So sorry, Zexian.
No. I just want to hear how it sounds in 1.5 in-game. Okay, it's the same. I could have sworn that, like, the boom 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 sounded a little dank, but I guess I've never really listened to that song much in isolation. Run challenge. I guess it sounds a little different in-game, but that's just minor in-game versus a range for the OST. Okay, never mind on that. Just Lore of the Castle is, like, the same. Though I remember one stream a while ago doing some bullshit where I put Lore of the Castle off 1.5 and Lore of the Castle, like this one, I put like one on the left channel, one on the right channel. I could barely hear the difference, but it was there. One of them was also 1 second shorter. Oh, there you go. But it's like not even like reorchestrated or anything, it's just like re-leveled. If that makes sense. Like the volumes of things are different, but it's like the same song. Or is it? Just want to hear the piano there. 1.5 here. That was actually very different. What the hell? The piano. The piano is like way more of like that MIDI precise. I might as well just let this play out. This song is such a baller. One of the only songs that comes close to the whole Zemnis suite in KH2. It's this good. This is also wholly original to Recom. This whole fight, this third phase, did not exist in GBA Com. Or Song. Which is really cool. This would have been too much for the Marusha fight in Cage 2. Too much. The piano plus the sample, reflection sample. It has a name, I keep forgetting it though. Marusha is a final boss. It's some cool ass shit. They really gassed him up. And he deserved it. It's very similar, but there are some differences. I think they just like took some of the instruments like the piano and maybe some other stuff and just kind of made it real. Not all of it. This piano is definitely different too, I think. They just inserted some like new or like sampled instruments, I think. Okay. We still have the FM songs to go through. Let's get through that real quick. Oh yeah, here we go. My favorite. On the topic of Marusha. Yeah, just the best. This should have been, at least one of the datas in 3 should have been this song. It sucks that they didn't. For at least one guy, you know? It would be cool if they did a mix of this song plus Lord of the Castle, considering how they have the sample of this in Lord of the Castle, instead of just Marusha's theme just being a whole blown Lord of the Castle, you know. They should have done some combination of the two for his theme. I think this should have been like Marusha's, considering the overlap with the sample in Lord of the Castle. You can always make it. Maybe I fucking should, I don't know. Though I don't know how Recom's MIDI stuff is laid out. It's not one-to-one with this. Lord of the Castle Cage 2 sound font, maybe? Alright, 2.5. Oboe barely noticeable. Clarinet in the OG. No organ. Yeah, you're right, the organ is replaced with more strings, huh? Or is this it? No, it is just violins. Also, yeah, they completely just can't do the harp. It's also so quiet too, they just like gave up on that part of it, like fucking... What? My favorite part of this song in the MIDI sense is that fucking harp. Bro. Hold on. Program changes the way it works every 2 fucking seconds. That harp that I love. I'm definitely Team OG as well. It does a pretty good job in HD, but just not enough. There's too much going on in this song for it to really come through in the HD. Because just look at this fucking piano roll, right? There's 2 layers of this that are like 1 note apart to create the harp delay. There's 2 layers of it. You see this shit? Double layer harp delay. And this, of course. Oops. See that shit? How could you get an orchestra to do that? How could it be done? I've been obsessed with this song in particular, having it loaded up in FL Studios. It's like the coolest to look at and play with. It's just that song. It's just that song. Oh, we gotta get to the Cavern themes too. Hold up. Right, yeah, I'll play the Cavern of Remembrance song so that this whole fucking VOD can get claimed by a song that is sampling this song called Fuck With My Money. Instrumental. You want to see the funniest / stupidest shit in the world? Hold on, I'm gonna have to skip that song because of this shit. Hold on. Or maybe it'll just be a live exclusive. I'll just pause the recording. I'll pause it right now, though. Alright, VOD Frogs, we're back. I was just talking about bullshit claims. I wonder if it's possible to make a bunch of like bogus claims on the Kingdom Hearts soundtrack just like this, but to do it in a benevolent way where, because it's claimed under my whatever the fuck bullshit, I can then take that and be like, oh yeah, this is free for people to use and you can't claim this either. Is it possible to counterclaim this for the good of people? I wonder if it's possible to like designate something as like free for people to use, or if just letting people use things is what opens shit up to being stolen in that way. So I think it's the latter. Because, like, Home, as an artist, like, never did that shit for, like, copyright ID, and it's why Summoning Salt uses that shit in, like, every video, right? So I think that if you're just a nice guy, it means that you let other... It opens up your music to getting, like, parasites on it. But, you know what? I'm this serious about fucking fixing this shit with this fake version of, like, Cavern of Remembrance PS2 version that I'm gonna just play it on VOD. And I'll then just, like, research this bullshit claim myself. Let's go. Fuck with my money. I dare you. Instrumental. Instrumental. 2 instrumentals in the title of that stupid-ass fake song. Absolute banger. Jingling keys, so ASMR. Piano. And the way that this song is used in Days as the character select theme, if they ever make a cage fighting game, they gotta do that again. Use this as the fucking character select theme. Viewer numbers rise all of a sudden, did they? It still just says like 92 for me. What does it say for you? Before and after. $107? Oh. The view count number is all over the place sometimes on this site. I think this song is like unmatched MIDI version. Well, let's see. It's pretty good. What's this about? Instrumentals and Cavern of Remembrance? Yeah, what's up? Just got here. I'll explain the whole fucking thing again. No, there's a bogus claim on the PS2 version of that song that I'm going to do something about. This is a very good version of the song too. I gotta give it up. As much as I want to just like prefer the PS2, and I still do for the song, but this is a very good translation of the song. Days PC compilation? When? What do you mean compilation? Oh, recomp, like recomp? Is that what you mean? Recompilation of the data? Source port? Days is the best version of this track. Yeah, we gotta tap in actually. Let's pull it. Let's pull it up. It's not on the soundtrack, is it? Like that soundtrack that they have for like the triple BBS Days coded. Let's see. It wouldn't be called Cavern either, wouldn't it? I think they only have a handful of songs from Days, and it's not shit like that. Only the unique ones, and not ones that are from other games, aren't they? Yeah. Oh, we never went over Dismiss. We'll do that later. There we go. The red logo of the Kingdom Hearts logo that Days has is, like, actually unmatched. It works so well with the little chuddy DS sound font. I wouldn't be surprised if the culprit would back off once you dispute the claim. I've done that. It did not hold up. My dispute did not hold up, which is rare. Usually they don't even notice and it just times out, and that means I get an automatic win on the dispute. The dispute got parried, which is unbelievable. the delay piano on the DS sound font, how they do it. Multiplayer menu. That's what this is. It's not even for an area, it's just a menu. Sick as hell. These devs deserve the mandate of heaven. Deep anxiety. Actually, this was one of the first songs I made in this. Let me see if it still works. The harpist chord in the left channel goes crazy. Peak Kingdom Hearts gameplay really is having like maxed out forms, being around like level 50-ish, and hearing this song doing the Transport to Remembrance 3 sets of nobody fights. It literally does not get any better than that. That's the best that it ever got. Final Form level 7, just going through those fights. It's insane. They have this playing on the website, hyping up 2FM coming out on PS2? Really? That's sick as hell. Is there an archive of that? Still work, let's see. Silent Hill mix? Hold on, what the fuck happened here? Oh, only like 2 MIDIs are working right now. Let me fix the whole thing. Do I want to do all that? Fuck, whatever. No, I hella don't. It's a pain in the ass. You get the idea. Now it's a real deep anxiety song. How the Coliseum should have felt. Actually, yeah, it's kind of crazy that KH2 doesn't have like a good post-game set of like insano fights. It's really just transport fights, and the Paradox Cup is just a bunch of bullshit that sucks. That's really unfortunate. Alright, Deep Anxiety 2. It's too orchestral. That synth is good though. It's decent, but it just does not hit in an orchestra kind of way. And yeah, it also feels slower. It's not intense. There's a good phaser synth though. I did see that they were originally going to have like the absent silhouettes in the Coliseum. That was originally planned, so I'm glad it didn't work out like that. That would have been ass. It's more ASMR than the OG. You've got dick-shaped ears then, if that's more pleasant on the ears than this. Bro, where is it? Bro. My real sound font player, there it is. There we go. The right chords for this. It's one of these. At what point in the song does that kick in? I'm looking for it. Pretty early in the song, isn't it? I don't know. I know where it is in this version, though. This song has it. Yeah, here it is. There we go. Down an octave. That's this part of the song. Let's just Where do I get that though? Yeah. That's how it sounds in the game too. Like in the soundtrack, you can barely hear it, but it has that weird like looping. It's just covered up by everything else. It's imperfect. All right, one more and it's a big one. Best for last type shit. I guess it's also dismissed, but we'll see. Here it is in FL Studio. This one I definitely need to get MIDI analyzed here. Wait, can I just... Holy shit, that saves so much time. I can just drag it from here onto there? Wow. Okay. That saves a lot of time. Finally just figured that out. It saves so much fucking time, oh my god. Would have been helpful this entire stream. It's a minor improvement, but yeah. The biggest problem is, like, opening this up, looking, oh, what program number is it? It's 1, and then putting it in here, and then back and forth, and back and forth, and back and forth, but it does save a lot of clicks. Alright, now it's time for the 2.5 version, while I set this up. Where the hell is he? There you are. It always makes me think of that KH3 trailer. Yeah, a master's favorite story. You can drop the facade. On that land shall darkness expire. What? The future. It's already been written. Yeah, actually stolen swag, it's crazy. Both are extremely good. I just like the raw percussion in the original, but the violin is amazing in the HD. You just can't win either way. Can't pick. Program FL Studios. FL Studios to import ripped MIDIs and sound fonts for these games and then setting them all up. I've been doing this a lot the last couple of days. Fun. Also have some ambitions to do some shit with it too. But more than anything, I'm glad to spread information on how this works so more people can look at the songs like this and potentially make some stuff out of it too. It took me a hot minute and a lot of help to get this all figured out. I think I fucked up. I think I offset these by 1. Oh god. Oh, okay, this might sound all fucked up. I think I missed one. And it's all out of sequence. Well, it's alright for now. Somewhere along all, like, million fucking tracks of this. I got the wrong instrument in the mix, so now I have to fix that from the bottom up. This is where this can be a real pain in the ass. There might be a better way to import the songs into a digital audio workstation without having to do this manually. I think there is. It's just FL Studio's lol. But I'm sticking with this one program because I don't want to learn any others or get any others. Why did they even use this song in that trailer? It's like, what the fuck do they have to do with anything? Looking back on it, that song, they just wanted that shit to be hype, and it was, unfortunately. It kind of worked. Now you gotta wonder, that was like the first KH3 trailer in like the few years span between it getting announced too early and us actually seeing it again. I wonder what that's gonna be like for 4. Is it gonna hit like that too? Are they gonna try and replicate that moment, but like ×2 because it's been ×2 the amount of fucking years of information silence? It makes you wonder when that shit, that embarrassing ass company finally does rear its ugly ass head again with that game. If that's just gonna hit like crack again. It's gonna be inside Fortnite? Oh my god, that'd be fucking hilarious and awful. Something is missing, but it sounds kind of cool like this. What is missing? Dude, something is missing? Percussion, yeah. Wait a minute, I think I hear what the percussion is supposed to be, but it's got synth mapped, like vocals mapped to it by accident. Oops. That happens sometimes in this process. Ooh. God, now what fuck? Ooh, where did I fuck this up now? Maybe further up? Oh. Gotta be an easier way, man. Do any of these look drum-shaped to you? That's definitely not right, is it? Percussion kicks in before the violin. I think it's this then. Okay, that's definitely how that's supposed to be. That's a bit better. I think it's these. Yeah, these are not making any noise. Why? This sound bank isn't making any noise either. What? Huh? What? Excuse me? Hello? What? What's going on? None of these are. Maybe this is a broken rip. These are all mapped. I think these are mapped properly. It's just everything above, like... Hold up. That sucks. Shouldn't be making noise. Everything's all fucked up. This should be making noise on my keyboard right now. What's going on? Huh? Maybe... Huh? This might be too complicated. This might be too buff for FL Studios to handle. Bro, the performance is in 10 minutes. Might be too buff for this program to handle, or something got fucked up. I guess this is the first time I tried using this to like drag and drop onto the fucking tracks. Maybe that doesn't work. Maybe doing that actually didn't work. No, but dragging this onto these is the same as clicking in here to get to the sound bank. Right? Hold on. This is 14, okay. The broad trumpets. Let me see if that actually does something. Oh my god. I don't know about this one. It's weird though, so much of it sounds like it's working. So much of it isn't. Oh my fucking god. Dude, what is this? Piano is set as horns. Oh yeah, actually. What godforsaken track is that? Oops. 50% skill and 100% reason to remember the name. It's 5% luck, 15% pain. Oh, I think I found it. Okay, this is track 2, 3, 4, 6. That one doesn't count. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 2. It's supposed to be 2. Much better. It's possible I just, like, fucked this up and mapped it all by, like, one channel off. Which is easy to do when you go back and forth with your eyes between these two fucking programs. Pain in the ass. I wish that this program would remember this information on import. This is just how I've been doing it for all these fucking tracks. And now I'm lost. Fuck. Alright, this one is 4. Track, whatever the fuck this is. I'm lost again. Alright, this is sounding better. Now, something is erroneously mapped as a chorus. Something that was also weird is when I was going through here. Oh shit. I think that when I was dragging this from here, it just wasn't working. I had to do it manually, which is annoying. I want to assume that these are supposed to be percussions the way they look. No, those are the horns. Metal Mario falling down the stairs. Whoa. It's like I have to redo. It's like I have to start over with this fucking thing. Because I feel like I mapped a bunch of things off by one. That's what it feels like right now. Hold on, let me double check the middle portion of all this. This is like a 20+ track MIDI. This shit is fucking crazy. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one doesn't even have anything. Maybe this is the problem. Must have missed that one. This is way later in the... What does it even do? It's a little chorus piano for the rest of the... I get it. Is that right? Does that sound right? What is this? I see. That's all that channel does. Assuming that's even correct. Oh! 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 is 2. I just have to sound it all out. So if I lose track, you guys can keep, you know. 7 is 3. Okay. 8 is 3. Okay. 9 is 4. There we go, we fixed one. 10 is 4. That's fine. 11 is 5. There we go. Wait a minute. I might be fucking it up, actually. 'Cause I'm saying that this track is 0. But when I deleted it, it was in here and then I deleted it, so 2. Fuck. Hold on. How does this sound now? I think I see the problem. think I've offset myself. Does this sound right? Like half right at least? At least these are right, so I guess I have been doing it right. Okay, what about the breakdown? No, I think I'm on track. I think this is working. I think I'm doing it right. I just need to figure out what's going wrong with like the yeah. Bassy tones replacing the percussion. No, I think that bass is supposed to be there. Maybe. We'll see. Let's pick up where I left off. Where the fuck did I leave off? Oh my god. Alright, so this was 1. And this is 2. Sorry, this is 2, and I deleted the track that was 1, which is a track of nothing. Oh my god. 3. Oh. 4. Look good so far. 5. It's supposed to be 14. Okay. 6. That looks right. 7. Dude, this process is fucked. Gotta be a better way. I just lost track of which one I last clicked on. I'm about to eat my fucking mouse, I swear to god. 4. This is the next one, not this one, I think. 4. 10. Is it also 4? Yes. 11 is 5. Okay, I think we're back to where we were. This is where we were. Alright, 12. Needs to be 6. It is not. Now it is. 13. 7. Not 7, now it's 7. Oh my fucking god. 8. Click. 9. Okay, that was right actually before I even changed anything. This, however, is not. 13. That needs to be 13. Needs to be 12. Unless I clicked on the wrong thing. I did. Last track has to be 15. It feels like there's like something wrong. You know, I think something like this happened when I was trying to do the other promise. Like something just didn't line up with the amount of tracks that ended up in FL Studios. I think that might be happening here too. The other promise had 2 weird tracks at the top and bottom that like didn't have any notes but had like other information that doesn't get imported here. Because earlier I did this from the bottom up to fix some things, and then that got offset somewhere in the middle in between them. Yeah, there's something wrong about this. It's like there's one track that didn't make it to FL Studios. Well, let's try now. We're doing this shit by ear now. No more numbers on screen. I think this is just. I think this is what. I think this one is just broken. I think this rip might be compromised because these are supposed to be making notes. These are supposed to be making noises. Unless, wait, is it more? Is it because of this? No. Yeah, I think this one's just broke. Because look, it's even on my keyboard. It's not making noises. Up here. Who said that? Is it too fast? Raise the volumes. These are already like 96, 88. These are already plenty fine. Is it the velocity of the fucking notes? Something fucked up with that? This one might just be compromised. At least in this program. Where's the control panel? Note control. Who fucking knows, man? Oh. Maybe these notes are like too short? No, they look fine. Where's my damn piano roll? There you are. Yeah, if the PS2 could play this, then this is not the problem. Oh. Oh, different sound font file. This is an instrument from the 13th Struggle. It's not loading in here either. Like, these notes are just fucked. They aren't taking in any input. And more than that, my keyboard can't play a sound bank either, even though it can up here. Is the plugin fucked up? This is the one time I try to like drag and drop these onto here. By the way. Because like, look. I think this one is just fucked. If any FL Studio heads know what the fuck went wrong in this process, or if it is just like, if you can just blame a bad rip of this file, please let me know, because I'm about to lose my mind. But yeah, that is, there's Dismiss, but I'm too fucking tired and geeked to go into that real quick. It's minorly different. We've played it before. I'm going to send you guys out on that little medley that I made. That mashup, rather. It's not a medley by definition. I'm going to send you guys out on this. Thank you very much for watching this double-decker stream. The state of no games. Square Enix has absolutely nothing to show us. And the 2.5 soundtrack is a mixed bag, but when it hits, it fucking hits. Thank you very much for watching. I'll be back relatively soon. I'm trying to spend more time off-stream working on projects that I'm lagging behind on. But when you'll see me, I'll see y'all later.